and gentlemen, on behalf of LD Arts College, I welcome you all to day 4 of the Leadership and Professional Development Conclave. As word of the conclave spreads, we are being joined by an increasingly larger number of participants every day. So friends, you can be sure we will more than live up to your expectations today. We are very happy today to be able to host a scintillating array of speakers that includes Shri Sam Pitroda, Professor Ravi Miglani, and Dr. Pradeep Malik. At the outset, I will request the Principal LD Arts College, Dr. Jenny Rathore, to kindly introduce our first eminent speaker, Shri Sam Pitroda. Dr. Rathore.
Namaste. Good evening to one and all present here. This is the moment I've been waiting for. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, to welcome Shri Sam Pitroda on our stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly, deeply honored to welcome the giant of the telecom IT industry, the man who ushered in the technological revolution in India, the legend, the one and only Sam Pitroda. When we first thought of organizing this conclave, the first person whom I wrote to was you, sir. And you were also the first person to give your consent. We are indeed truly honored to have you here on this platform of LAPD. You have deeply honored us by accepting our invitation. I'd mentioned in my welcome address on the opening day that most of the leaders I've invited for this conclave have promptly given their consent without a moment's hesitation. And that in itself is a hallmark of true leadership. I'd said then, and I would like to repeat it now, that leadership is not about attaining power or position, but empowering other people, guiding them, inspiring them. And I shall never forget the sincerity and integrity with which you apologized when you could not make it for the opening day. That is yet another hallmark of a great leader. That is why you are such a legend. Welcome to LD Arts, sir. I would like to now give a formal introduction of the legend. Mr. Sam Pitroda is a development thinker, policymaker, inventor, entrepreneur who has spent more than 55 years in the IT industry, credited with having laid the foundation of India's technological revolution in the 1980s. Mr. Sam Pitroda was advisor to the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi in the 1980s and Dr. Singh in 2010 with a cabinet minister's rank. Mr. Pitroda holds over 100 patents, 20 honorary doctorates. He's a member of the National Academy of Engineers in the US. His biography was published in 1992. His autobiography, Dreaming Big, in 2015. He published Redesign the World in 2021. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Shri Sam Pitroda. Welcome to LD Arts College. Welcome to LAPD Conclave.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sincerely appreciate the opportunity. Dr. Rathore, once again, my apology for not being able to attend the inauguration. It is indeed a special honor and privilege for me to be with you. Ahmedabad occupies a very special place in our minds and hearts as a Gujarati family. And I'm honored to be with you all to talk about leadership. I'm sure you have been hearing a lot about different versions of leadership from various eminent speakers you have. To me, leadership is more about art than a science. Leadership is about leading a group of people to accomplish an objective. Objective could be to run a profitable company, to build a school, hospital, could be political leader, leader of a temple, church, mosque, Gurudwara, or a leader in the family. There are all kinds of leaders. Unfortunately, when we think of leadership, we only think of business leaders. The picture in the back of Dr. Rathod says that there are leaders in literature, there are leaders in everything you can think of. The idea of a leader or the purpose of a leader is to create a vision that is aligned with the objective you have in mind. Then take that broad vision and break it up into small pieces of work that can be handed out to other people who work with the leader. Then motivate a group of people to get things done. And finally have the ability to put this work together to accomplish the objective. Leaders are a product of an era or an experience, or it could be a defining moment. Could be a product of a challenge, a problem that they are going to solve, or an ecosystem that they want to change. There are all kinds of leaders in terms of style. There are visionary leaders. There are heroes. Typical would be film industry. Could be tyrant. Could be a dictator. Organizer. A father figure. A liberator. Analytical leader. A strategic person who is a leader, intuitive leader, or a leader who is a servant of the people. In my life, I have always worshipped two main leaders. And when I say it, it is not just for the sake of saying it, but I have lived my life in many ways through their ideas and wisdom. One is Gandhi, who we all admire, who we all talk about in our day-to-day life. But the ideas he had were very unique in many ways. He was a people's servant leader. He led through moral authority. He led through ethical compass. He believed in truth, trust, love, inclusion, diversity, respect for other human beings, dignity. He believed in freedom, believed in justice, and he believed in democracy. If you look at these 8-10 ideas, those ideas were the core of Gandhian values. Then I admired Einstein. Einstein was a different kind of a leader. He didn't have thousands of people following him. But he led a special thought. He could imagine things that no one could imagine. And his imagination created millions and millions of followers who still study and explore his vision and ideas. Totally different kind of a leader. In one case, you have millions of people following. In the other case, he's just exploring new frontiers on his own And based on his discovery, millions of people follow 100 years down the road. And to me, both leaders are very important. In many ways, leadership is about self. What kind of a self you have built? Is your self rooted in some fundamental values like Gandhiji had or Einstein had? Or your self is only rooted in personal gains? Is your self rooted in character, discipline, responsibility, loyalty, energy, compassion, courage? Whole lot of things have to come together in a leader. And if you're going to solve, or if you're going to try to solve a very large, complex problem like Gandhiji did, you're a big leader. If you are solving a small problem, you're a small leader. You could be a leader running a company with 10 people. You could be a leader running a company of 100,000 people. And you could be a leader running a country of 1 billion people. So leadership is indeed a very complex idea. And you have to have in one person many, many attributes. You got to have good education nowadays. You got to have clarity. You must have communication skill. You must be accessible. You got to have some experience, some consistency. Today, there is a crisis of leadership all over the world. There is a crisis of leadership in America, in Europe, in India, in China, you name it. Because most of the leaders, at least at the national level, really don't have the kind of commitment to public service that define them. Their commitment to themselves is to themselves. And there are always new lessons to learn in leadership as you go along. When I came to India in early 80s to work with Rajiv Gandhi on telecom, we had built a group of 400 or 500 engineers at CDOT. I had come back after about 15, 17 years of work in the US. I had never worked in India. And I was to lead this team of 500 young Indian engineers. And I realized that I need to learn something because I have never led Indian engineers. The engineers that I led in America were very different. I ran a company in those days in America of 2,000 people. But all of a sudden, I was thrown into a new situation. And I invited a friend of mine, psychiatrist, Dr. Prakash Desai, a very well-known psychiatrist in America, a very close childhood friend of mine from Baroda. And I told Prakash, I said, Prakash, come for 2 weeks and analyze the psychological health of my organization. Because I think I need to learn a little more about how to lead in Indian ecosystem. I was surprised after 2 weeks, Prakash came up with some very interesting observations and ideas that really helped me a great deal. I'll tell you, it's a little funny, but it's very interesting. First thing Prakash said is that if you really want to lead in India, you must change your clothes. He said, your clothing is intimidating. He said, you cannot wear American suit and $400 shoes and lead a group of 500 Indian young engineers. He said, change your clothing completely, because you look like someone who is from outside in your clothes. You cannot have a $200 tie at work. He said, forget it. I realized that it was a good lesson. Then he said that there are 4 things that define India, according to him. 4 words: Man, Apman, Swaman, and Abhiman. He said, keep in mind, these 4 words are not very important to you, but are very important to people in India. Mainly because, he said, Indian self-esteem is very fragile. Everybody is ready to be hurt. You don't say hello to me and you say hello to somebody, I'll feel bad. You don't invite me to a party, I won't talk to you for 3 days. He said, remember, you are used to a self-esteem which is reasonably stable. But in India, be very careful about hurting somebody's feeling, because they are locked up in Man, Apman, Swaman, and Abhiman. Mahabharata, Ramayana are all about these 4 words, according to him. Then he said something which was very interesting. He said, you do not distinguish between criticizing a person, or you distinguish between criticizing a person and their idea. To you, these are 2 separate things. In India, if you want to lead, you have to understand that people do not separate criticizing them from criticizing their idea. He said, when you criticize somebody's idea, they think you are criticizing them. And in your mind, you are trained to say, I will criticize your idea today and I'll praise your idea tomorrow. It has nothing to do with you as a person. These kinds of lessons really define your ability to learn. Learning is a lifelong process. And leadership requires you to learn based on situation, problem you are trying to solve. Leadership is also about institution building. It is about empowering people. It is about really creating an ecosystem where people want to follow you, your ideas, your way of doing things. Leadership is also about value creation, innovation. It requires huge focus on collaboration, cooperation, communication, and co-creation. Leadership is not about command and control. Unfortunately, many leaders today think command and control is the only way to lead. Leadership is also about dreaming big. You got to create a dream for your team. You got to lead to a victory. You got to mobilize resources. You got to manage media. And you realize pretty soon that leadership is something that requires a lot of support. You can't do it on your own. Your complexity gets so very difficult to manage by one person. And you need advisors like I had Prakash as an example in this case. It does get lonely at the top. And you need people around you to help you in idea generation, help you in own development, And you need constant monitoring, ability to observe. Over a period of time in my own life, knowingly or unknowingly, I have created a huge global network of friends and family who help me in my problem-solving ability. Some people are good at concept, others are good at testing, and some are good at actions. So let me give you a typical example. And my friends are domain experts in almost 20, 30 different fields. And this is organized over a period of last 50 years in a very systematic way. And it requires a certain amount of discipline, creativity, analytical ability. For example, I have friends who are domain experts in technology, at least 20 top ones. I can call somebody on biotech, nanotech, materials, energy, health, cancer research. I know exactly who to call in my group. And I maintain a very strong connection with them. I have about 20 friends who are economists. If I have an issue, I can pick up phone and call Raghuram Rajan or somebody else as an example. I have doctors' friends, psychiatrists, businessmen, entrepreneurs, lawyers, bankers, scientists, social workers, academicians, psychologists, activists, people who run NGOs, journalists, artists, actors, musicians, bureaucrats, politicians. In each of these categories, I have 10 good friends from all over the world. I run a group in Mexico where I meet with them every Friday. Every Friday, I meet with about 50 people from Mexico. For the last 2 years, I've been doing it. So I have a group of friends in Mexico. All of these things help me in understanding larger challenges. I remember many times my wife would say, why do you spend so much time with painters, artists? Like Tmt Hussain was a good friend of mine. And he and I would spend, hours and hours together. And sometimes there's nothing to say, he will just sit there. Okay, Jatin Das is a very close childhood friend of mine. I have actor friends, and she would say, what do you have to do with them? You're an engineer, you're trying to, do different things. And I tell her that, look, these are domain experts in their field, and they bring a perspective that I would never have. And I have personally benefited from a lot of these people with domain expertise in completely different area. And according to me, a good leader has to worry about this. I cannot say all my friends are only technologists and I'm only in technology, because technology by itself don't mean anything. It's a tool for problem solving. And I have to know which tool I'm using and which problem I'm trying to solve. So building a healthy ecosystem of your own as a leader. You look at Gandhiji. He would talk to this fellow, talk to that fellow. He will have all kinds of people. He'll have Mira Ben on one hand and, somebody else on the other hand. And he had created a huge ecosystem of his own. And it requires a lot of work. Technology is a tool. It is a tool which really helps you organize today. It is a tool that helps you engage. In particular, information and communication technology has really helped us to remain connected, networked, world over. But it also brings with it a challenge related to how you run your life. If you're using information technology, are you open? Are you accessible? Are you transparent? Are you accountable? All of these things matter. Like I said earlier, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, who wore no uniforms, commanded no army, had no government position, but led a movement to decolonize the entire world, not just India. We must understand that Gandhiji's ideas were so very different. And when I see some people today trying to undermine Gandhi, I feel sorry for them. I'm surprised at their ignorance about the contribution this man made to humanity. He lived by the gospel of truth and nonviolence. He emphasized single standard of conduct in public life and private life. It's very important. Most of the leaders today have two standards. They have one standard for public life, they have another standard for personal life. And Gandhiji was very clear. Gandhiji also had a unique capability to exercise leadership and accept leadership at the same time. And I find most of the people either can exercise leadership or can accept leadership. You need ability to do both at the same time to be a good leader. In some examples, you have to lead, and in other examples, you have to let somebody else lead for a while. A classical example would be in a team, if you have a young person, and if young person has a good idea, you allow him to lead on that idea, and you back off. You respect that. Just because you are old, just because you are a leader, doesn't mean you have to lead on every issue. Doesn't mean that you have answer to everything. You have to understand when to back off. And it's a very special skill. Most of the people who are in leadership position know how to exercise leadership. They are not very good at accepting leadership at the same time. Gandhiji had personal virtues and public values. He was driven by a life of service. His life was his message. On one hand, he had simplicity. On the other hand, he had courage. It is very difficult to find leaders like that anymore. Leadership in the 21st century is going to be very different. Leadership in the 21st century will demand different talent. And I am finding part of the problem with global leadership is that these leaders are trained for the environment of the past. They are not capable of leading in an environment of hyperconnectivity. They lie, they cheat, they don't mean what they say, and they don't say what they mean. And ultimately, it gets to them. They don't have sense of sacrifice. They have very little concern for poor and minorities. They don't love all people all the time. They don't understand complexity of today's world and the commitment on sustainability. Some of them are not committed to basic fundamental values described in our constitutions. And this is true all over the world. And to cope with success and failures, in a leadership position is very difficult. I have had my own failures. I had 2 quadruple bypasses. I have 4 stents, 5 stents in my body. I had cancer. So I had my share of difficult times. And when I get into those difficulties, I follow again Gandhian ideas and Indian values, which says, do not have any attachment to the outcome of any activity. It's not easy. Become independent of the opinion of others. I don't do things because how other would think. I do things because it needs to be done. Focus on job because it needs to be done. Sometimes work for the sake of work. Do not look for rewards or returns. Never make investment in power over other people. Do right things versus do things right. It's a big idea. Don't get involved in micromanagement, but look at a larger picture. And that's the difference between doing things right versus doing right things. And many people don't understand the difference. Focus on exercising and accepting leadership at the same time. And enjoy that journey as you go along. Because leadership is something that do not have one destination. And I believe today you need to train yourself to be disciplined, analytical, creative, respectful, ethical, multidisciplinary. And that's when I come back to my group of friends. I cannot have a narrow vision. I got to be multidisciplinary. If I meet a psychiatrist, psychologist, philosopher, I want to listen to them. I want to connect with them because they bring in a completely new perspective. I need to have energy. You know, I'm 80 years old. And like today, I get up early morning and I work 12 hours a day. I don't have to work. But I work every day, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. That's my life. Okay. I selected that. Nobody asked me to do it. Why? Because that's my commitment to my work. Each one of us has to have our own goals, and they are all different. And we need to respect everyone. Teacher may have a different goal, doctor may have a different goal, lawyer may have a different goal, painter may have a different goal. Because we live in a diversity of ecosystem, opinion. And if we don't have high level of tolerance, we create conflicts very quickly. So leaders have to realize that it is not just about things, it's about people. Leadership is all about understanding people. Gandhi always reminds me that my life is my message. That I need to merge public and personal standards. I need to be open, honest, sincere. In the process, I must review, reflect, read, revise, redirect, because it is a lifelong learning process. I can go on and talk about leadership in a different way. I've done about 16-hour course on leadership based on my personal experiences. It's on video. We are now trying to finalize it. Because I find that the leadership that is taught at the universities and MBA focuses too much on corporate leadership. It focuses too much on profit, productivity, efficiency, cost reduction, competitiveness, markets. And leadership is a lot more than all that. Leadership is about building good self. Am I a decent human being? Do I respect other person? Am I open, honest? Am I loving, caring? Do I believe in diversity? Do I judge people based on what they do, what they practice, how they think? Or I'm willing to learn from them? This is the challenge today. And I'm glad that you are all having conversation on leadership. I've taken more than your time, but time allocated to me. So thank you very much, Dr. Rathod. Indeed, it is a privilege for me to interact with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope this makes a little bit of sense.
It made a lot of sense.
I'm done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Sharon, you'll have to unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, Sharon.
Yes, I did. I just did. I'm sorry. I'd just like to sum up what Mr. Pitroda has talked about. Short but very enlightening talk and extremely engaging. He started by talking about the types of leaders and how they may emerge, and his fondness for both Gandhi and Einstein, both unique in their own ways. I think he kept, I think it is his concern that the leadership of this century lacks much. And there is a crisis of leadership all around the world. I think everyone must have appreciated this idea of leaders exercising as well as accepting leadership. And some of the things that he mentioned that the contemporary leader needs, like being multidisciplinary, understanding people, and also a merging of public and personal standards, they really reach to the core. One of the most interesting parts of his speech was about his personal experience as a leader in India. That's really gripping and very interesting. Thank you, sir. I think we are very privileged to have had you here. We would have liked to keep on hearing you, but yeah, we go on. I think Professor Miglani had a question. Sir, may I just answer it?
I'm fine. Whatever you need, I'm here for a while.
Yeah, there are. I think we'll have a question answer session here, Dr. Rathod. If anyone wants to.
Yes, certainly, certainly.
After each presentation, we will.
We have our director, Dr. Bhupendra Bhai Shah. We have A.H. Kalro, sir. I'm sure they have a lot of questions.
Sure, I'm available. Whatever works for you. You are the boss.
Thank you, sir. I'm not. So you are the boss.
No, for this session, you are the boss. For this session, you are the boss.
So we throw the round open for Q&A.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Ravi Miglani, could you please ask your question personally instead of putting it in the chat box?
No, I don't think I had a question for Pitroda, sir. It was very inspiring, of course. And I'm of an age where I've been hearing about you from the 1980s. And at that time, I was a student in the early 80s, and we were all so excited that finally India was moving into the 20th century, if not the 21st century, in terms of telecommunications. So I've been following your work for the last 40 years and very privileged to have shared this platform with you. No specific question.
Thank you. So kind of you. Thank you.
I had a question, sir, if you would allow me to ask. Like Dr. Miglani said, I started college in Ahmedabad in the 90s, in the mid 90s. And as I was talking about it the other day also in the conclave itself, that we were very happy because we were commuting. I used to commute from a slightly longer distance to college. And very often you see the parents and everyone would start getting a little worried, pahunchi, nahi pahunchi, and stuff like that. But that was the time when I've seen with my own eyes the revolution of, having the local STD PCO booths, and where you could pay a rupee, a coin or two, and then call up your parents that you've reached. And then you've not got a bus back, so you'll be delayed. So I've been a witness to that IT revolution. I think that is the reason why we are maybe possibly talking today. But my question to you, sir, is that when you started doing this, it must have been a mammoth task, to say the least. But were there bureaucratic hassles, red tapeism as we called, and were there obstacles every now and then? Because there is, I believe, I may be mistaken, but I feel that there is this lackadaisical approach to the whole thing, where ho jayega, chalta hai, we'll see to it tomorrow. So how have you tackled these issues, sir, in your journey of bringing the IT revolution to India?
Thank you for asking this question. It was very difficult, to say the least. Those were different times. People had not gotten used to privatization, liberalization, free market economy. These were wild ideas. Then, telecom was a government entity. And then, for someone like me to come from abroad and talk about privatization of telecom was a sin. So everybody was ready to kill you, literally. I mean, literally kill you. Okay. There were threats of all kinds. The key was political will from Rajiv Gandhi. Without political will from Rajiv Gandhi, I would not be able to do what I did. I had complete 100% backing from him, saying, go do whatever you think is right to do. And he believed that I had public interest at heart. So in my life, I had to make a decision. Do I set up a business in India in telecom and become a billionaire? Or I give up everything and come and work for public service, lose everything I have and help connect India? That was a very difficult choice. I never took any salary in India. Never. I spent my own money. I worked in India for 30 years, never took any salary. No benefits. I paid for my own travel. People don't know these things because they don't have to know. Okay. I changed my nationality back from American to Indian. I gave up my American citizenship. I worked there, brought my entire family there. And it was a very difficult time to convince bureaucrats and people. Everybody used to say it can't be done. Are you crazy? You're going to change India? There was a time when we build all these products at CDOT, but government of India's bureaucracy will not use it. They still wanted to import product, because when you import, you make money on the side. When you use Indian product, you don't have money to make. So I went to Rajiv and I said to Rajiv, we have gotten to a point now where I must become head of telecom. And he said, okay, let's do it. So I went to Cabinet Secretary and I said, look, Prime Minister and I have decided that I will become Secretary of the Department of Telecom. And Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Deshmukh, said it cannot be done. I said, why not? He said, because you are already a minister rank. I said, I don't care. Promote me down. Okay, so I become secretary. What difference does it make to me? And he said, but do you know what you're doing? I said, yeah. He said, you're a minister and I will become secretary. I said, that's okay, because that's what it takes to get the job done. And now all of a sudden you have a 45-year-old who is a secretary of Department of Telecom. In India, you become secretary when you are 56-year-old or 58-year-old.
True.
A lot of resistance from every quarter. But that's when you think of Gandhi.
Yeah.
That's when you think of courage. You know that your job is to connect India. And whatever it takes, you got to do it. Okay, it has nothing to do with your personal requirement. It has nothing to do with your title, nothing to do with anything. If you have to take a broom and sweep floor, you do that also. Okay. And there are hundreds and hundreds of interesting examples of how things happen and what we had to do to bring everything together. It's a very complex process. You can write books and books. People talk about all the management techniques today. We practiced it in 80s. Okay, then there are books written on those practices now. But that's not the point. Point is there was a job, and job was to connect India. Then we had 2 million telephones for 700 million people. It used to take 10 years to get telephone connection.
Yes.
Today, we have 1.2 billion phones. We are a nation of a connected billion. Then there was no software export. Today, we do $200 billion worth of software export every year, year after year. People know Infosys, Wipro, and TCS. People don't know how they were created. Okay, we know it. They know it. Few people. Okay, but people have very short memory. They forget all these things. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter to them. To them, do I have a telephone or not? Young people will never understand what went into this. And then Prime Minister Narendra Modi would come and say that nothing got done in 75 years. I feel sorry for him. I feel what an ignorant person he is. He goes to IIT Kanpur convocation and tells graduate students that nothing got done in first 25 years of independent India. How dare you can do that? It's an insult to our founding fathers. But people get away with it. And you are still considered hero. So I think we live in a society where we don't understand what leadership is all about. It is about respecting everybody. So a lot of difficulties in those days. And you should read, there's a book called Dreaming Big. If you get a chance, read it. It has a few chapters which talks about it, but nothing in detail. Thank you. Sorry for a long answer.
No, a salute to you, sir. In spite of, I have read Dreaming Big, sir, and that prompted me to ask this question, sir. And I have always marveled at the energy that you had in those days. We would always watch you on television in those days, where you'd see you had ministers and prime ministers and all lined up. They would call up from one place to the other. But today, that the fact that we move with this in our pockets is all thanks to you. So salute to you, sir.
Almost lifetime of work. Okay. And thanks to Gandhi ji who gave me an idea that I got to go do it.
Great, sir. Salute to you, sir. Thank you so much for answering my question.
To Gujarati, not to me. Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We would invite any more questions that people might have, participants.
Sorry for a long answer. I will be brief now.
No, not at all. It's our privilege to hear you.
I have a question.
Please.
What is that book about? Redesign the World?
Again, it won't be a very short answer. My apology.
But I want to hear you speak. That's why I asked.
The world was designed at the time I was born. I was born in British Raj in 1942. Then US-led design of the world gave birth to UN, World Bank, IMF, NATO, WTO, World Health Organization, WHO, and all of that. That design, which was focused on democracy, human rights, capitalism, consumption, and military, served us well for 75 years. We all follow that design without understanding it. We don't even think about it. Okay, all global transactions take place in dollar. Why? Because that design was done 75 years ago. We ask World Bank to come review and IMF to come review. World Bank always will have head from America. IMF will always head from Europe. India did not matter then. China did not matter, and Africa did not matter. So 5 countries got together and decided that we're going to design the world. That design runs the world today. Okay. People say, what is your GDP? What is your GNP? Is it 3% higher, 5% higher? To me, in a hyper-connected world, that design is completely obsolete. World is going through a crisis today because we are still following that design. That design did well, improved longevity, decreased infant mortality, sort of maintained peace, lifted millions out of poverty, but that design has created environmental blunders, global warming. That design has created inequality. Very few people are very rich, and lots of people have nothing to look forward to. That design has helped the Western world by sucking resources from Africa and other places. So I go through this design and say there are several tipping points in the design. One was Gandhi-led independence movement, decolonized the entire world. That design did not think of decolonized world. 2, rise of China. 3, fall of Soviet Union. 4, rise of technology. 5, rise of inequality. 6, 9/11. Then COVID-19. These big events tell me that the design that was done 75 years ago had no idea of all of these things. So COVID-19 tells me that there are only 2 things in life that matter: planet and people. There is no third thing in life. Everything we do, we must ask first question, is it good for planet or bad for planet? If it is bad for planet, don't do it. Is it good for people or bad for people? If it is bad for people, don't do it. And people meaning everybody. Today, world is being divided based on caste. In India, it's religion. You cannot build a nation based on those antiquated ideas. Okay. You cannot have polarized politics. We are going through same difficult time in America. So I worry about India mainly because democracy is not functioning. Institutions are captured. Civil society is killed. Media is captured. Lies are propagated. And we need this entire world to be restructured. So I go through the analysis and then finally propose a new design which says we need inclusion, basic human needs, new economy, sustainability and conservation, and non-violence. We need to change all our global institutions. There's no meaning to have World Bank or IMF anymore. You need institution on non-violence. You need Ministry of Non-Violence. If you don't have Ministry of Non-Violence, how will you have non-violence? You have Ministry of Defense, so you fight. You have no Ministry of Inclusion. Okay, so you divide people. So the whole architecture is wrong, and that's what this book is about.
I believe there's a question from Dr. Pradeep Malik. Sir, do you want to ask something? Right? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Writer, for giving me the opportunity.
Not at all.
Good evening from India, Dr. Tmt Phenomenon.
Thank you, sir.
When we talk about, or anybody talks about Tmt Phenomenon in India, you know, obvious reference is telecom. The work is so overwhelming, you know, but we all remember telecom was not the only thing that you had taken up. There were other technological missions. And I remember two very well and very important to us. One was the national literacy mission, and the other was the drinking water to do something. Now, you have at one point, you have technology, telecom completely, and you realize that you have to become the master or the owner of telecom revolution or telecom work in India. How different the social aspects like national literacy mission or drinking water was different from this technology thing? I would like to hear from you, Yes.
Thank you. Again, for a very good question. Thank you. We had 6 technology missions: literacy, rural drinking water, immunization, cooking oil, milk production. Korean worked with me, and telecom. Then the literacy was about 30%. Now literacy is almost 80-85%. Then we did not make any vaccine in India. Today, we are the largest producer of vaccine in the world. It happened because of technology mission. People don't understand. We eradicated polio only because of technology mission on immunization. We are the largest producer of milk in the world. We have the largest number of phones like China has in the world. So those technology missions were designed to bring technology to masses. Technology was an entry point to bring about generational change. Technology was seen as a tool to transform systems. And that's why we started technology missions. After about 3 years, when C. was already on autopilot, Rajiv Gandhi and I talked about technology missions, and he said, Sam, why don't you just see what can be done? And we were going to introduce some more. We were going to introduce a technology mission on environment, but we couldn't do it because of bureaucratic fights. We were going to introduce a technology mission on housing. So our idea was to take 8-10 areas to transform India. And we did transform milk, vaccine. Nobody understands how did we become the largest producer of vaccine in the world. Serum Institute, Poonawalla and all had nothing. I remember they came to my office and we sat down and talked about what we needed to do. Okay. I remember once going to Rajiv and said, look, we have the largest number of polio patients in the world, and we do not make any polio vaccine. He said, what do you suggest? I said, we should make polio vaccine. He said, okay, go do it. How much it would cost? I said, 300 crores. He said, do it. So I came back from that meeting, talked to some friends, and everybody said, India can never make vaccine. We don't have the technology. So I told Jairam used to work with me at that time. I said, Jairam, let's send a team to Soviet Union and let's send a team to France. So we sent a team to France and to Mario in France and Soviet Union, came back with an idea of blending vaccine, set up a factory to blend vaccine, and that's how we started. People have no idea of how polio got eradicated in India. So a lot of interesting work was done in those days because we had political will, because we had vision that technology will transform India. And it has happened to some extent. Okay, not that everything we did succeeded, not that we had all the wisdom, but we learned in the process. We made our mistakes. And those were different days. Okay. Remember, this is almost 40 years ago, 35 years ago. I used to be young. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pitroda. Thank you very much.
May I ask if anyone else would like to ask any questions? I really think people should take advantage of this Shall we move on then?
Please.
If
Thank you.
I may,
I'm available anytime if you want another session just to have students to talk, because I think idea is to really communicate.
Motivate the youth. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't have an interaction. Okay, because everybody has new ideas and some interesting things to say. Okay. So, Pradeep, you had something.
yes. Again, little history, but I would like you to take you to future also. Many years ago, it's almost 25 years ago, I heard you in Institution of Engineers in Ahmedabad. You were addressing some, and that time mobile phone had just entered India. Mobile phones, I didn't have one, but it had just made an entry into India. And I remember I was listening to you as a reporter. I was a journalist at that point of time. So I was listening to you, and I remember very well you telling us, and we were, awed to hear that you said that the world is going to have, your wallet is going to be your phone. Now, I mean, this is what you had told us 25, 30 years ago, and it just didn't, we just couldn't connect to it. And today it is, we all know everything is here. Wallet is here. Now, what next? That's what I would like to hear from you, Dr. Pitroda. That time you predicted something which we are saying today.
But I had all the patents on wallet.
Yes.
In US, but I didn't build a business out of it. Okay, because it didn't interest me. Idea interested me, patent interested me, invention interested me, but building a business out of it was boring. So I didn't do it. Okay, my son always tells me, Dad, you should have been a billionaire. Okay, why are you so poor? I said, well, that's the life I selected. So if you really want to understand what is next, you need to read this book, Redesign the World. There is a chapter on innovation. Everything we do today is basically obsolete. Start with that. Everything we do today is obsolete. Because what we do today is based on the old paradigm. Hyperconnectivity requires you to have new paradigm. How do we learn? What is the idea of education? Idea of education is to make me a self-learner. Today, it is not focused on making me a self-learner. With technology, you got to make me a self-learner. So I don't need any of this teacher, college, diploma, degree. I will decide what I'm going to learn. When self-driven car comes in, just to give you a simple example, all drivers will be out of business. You won't need any parking place anywhere in the world. You won't need garage, and nobody will own a car because you can order a car whenever you want, wherever you want, to go wherever you want to go. Why would you own a car? You won't need traffic lights because these cars will know where to go and how to go, when to stop. You don't need traffic lights. Look at the impact of all of these things. It's going to happen. So the world is on the verge of massive transformation. Hyperconnectivity is going to change our education, change how we manage our health, how we govern, how we work. I haven't been out of my house for 2 years almost. And I do 4 or 5 of these a day. And I'm very comfortable. I'm pretty happy. I don't need all my 50 suits I have. It was all bogus. It was all obsolete. I have 700 ties. I don't wear ties anymore. Okay. What do you do with all this stuff? It was old way of looking at it. Okay. This is minimum requirement. It's a Gandhian idea. Okay. I can work long hours. I can interact with the world, but I need to use my tools. I need to build my character. And all of these things are important. So I think you will see a massive change in your life in the next 20 years. It's happening. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Sharon,
Sir,
one,
question can I ask?
one.
I don't want to dominate your
No, not at all, not at all. Sharon ma'am, Mr. Hussain Juneja.
Yes, I'm able to see. Yeah. There's a hand up by
Hussain.
Juneja. Yes, please unmute yourself and ask.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. My pleasure to talk with you, Mr. Pitroda sir. I have a question to ask what do you think about the future of India's sense of sovereignty, what we say that peace and all kind of that idea of India, and what should be done to save and destroy?
I couldn't hear you well. Could you repeat it, please?
The last part of your question, I think it could not be heard.
I want to ask it again, sir. What do you think about the future of India's sense of sovereignty, the idea of India, and what should be done by us to save it from being destroyed?
I firmly believe that our founding fathers had the right idea outlined in our constitution. This is India's constitution. I keep it on my desk here in Chicago.
Yes.
Okay. This idea is the most interesting and exciting idea. India has to be built on diversity. I have to respect you, Hussain, for who you are.
Yes.
I got to celebrate our differences.
Yes.
Okay. And not worry about our differences. You are part of me. You cannot be any different.
Yes.
I got to love you the same way I love my brother. And genuinely, not fake it.
Yes.
Okay. Because in your good is my good. Okay. So I think the basic idea outline our constitution, which says India is a country of diversity. We must build inclusive society.
Yes.
We cannot divide our society. You know, I grew up in a small little tribal village in Orissa.
Yes.
We are a Gujarati family living in Orissa. Right in front was a Muslim family. We were 8 brothers and sisters. They were also 8 brothers and sisters. Next to it was a Jain family, Marwari. Next to it was a Sardar. And in the back was Oriya tribal.
Yes.
And we all lived like family. Nobody ever thought that they are different. We all played together. We all sort of, no one ever said that that fellow is different. What happened to that India?
Yes.
That's the India I want. Okay. I don't want India based on religion differences.
Right.
Okay. I cannot tolerate that. Okay,
Right.
because it's not in my interest. And that is my concern today in India.
Right.
And Gujarat has been a mad house for this, of all the people. And I'm surprised at Gujarat. Gujarat should be leading this Gandhian idea. Okay. And Gujarat is the, fountain of all this religious fundamental. Okay. How can you do that? Okay. Religion is a personal. Religion is a personal thing.
Right.
I do not go to temple. My wife is 180 degrees opposite. She is absolute bhakt. Fine, it's okay. I say I have outsourced religion to my wife. Okay. But that's perfectly normal. I respect that and nothing wrong with it. We have created such a conflict because of this. It is going to tear us apart. And I worry a lot about this. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's time to move on. Shall we?
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have another meeting, to go to. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Happy to come
honoring
back
us.
to you. We can have a larger conversation with students.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish I could continue with you to listen to other speakers, but maybe next time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wish you
for
all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. As we move on, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Professor Ravi Miglani, who is currently Professor of Practice of Management and Director, Executive Education at Amrut Modi School of Management, Ahmedabad University. An alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Miglani brings with him 35 years of experience in marketing research and allied areas. His career has taken him around the world, to the Middle East, to North Africa, Southeast Asia, before bringing him back to Ahmedabad. After becoming the managing director of Kanta TNS North Africa, he worked in other global marketing research and consulting firms, such as Frost & Sullivan and Cadence. At Ahmedabad University, Professor Miglani is credited with developing a course on an interdisciplinary approach to consumer understanding, where he merges traditional thinking with the methodologies of other adjacent disciplines. We at LD Arts College have had occasion to work in collaboration with him in the past, and we have been impressed by his simplicity, approachability, clarity of thought, and infectious enthusiasm. I invite you, sir, to now address the conclave. Professor Miglani.
Thank you so much, Sharon. It is a great pleasure to be here. And thank you, Jenny, for inviting me to this conclave. And thank you, Jenny, even more for putting me right next to Mr. Sam Pitroda.
You're always welcome, sir.
That sets me up for failure even before I start. Who can match up to Mr. Sam Pitroda? I'll not forgive you for that. But I hope the audience will still pay some attention to me even after listening to the inspiring talk by Mr. Pitroda. So I have no leadership lessons to give. We have had that in the last hour. But while the subject of the conclave is leadership, my corner of leadership is to build young minds or help to build young minds who will go on to be leaders. So what I will talk about will mostly be about education and what needs to change in education to create leaders for tomorrow. And I was coincidentally very pleased to hear Mr. Pitroda in the end say that our education system is obsolete. It is. And that everything that we do, a lot of things that we do in education needs reform, and that we need to learn for life and self-learn and so on. So that kind of sets me up for what I'm going to say. So hopefully I have Mr. Pitroda's blessings, so you will believe me when I say those things. So I'll share my screen if that's okay. And as I've said, I believe there are many students in the audience, so I'm mainly addressing the students. All of you senior academics obviously know what I will say, so you will not find any great inspiration from me, but I hope students will find. And I'll share the screen and talk about some of those things on the slides, but I obviously won't go on and on forever because I want to keep time for students to question me and do the discussion. So I'll keep my monologue a bit short and then move on to discussing and hopefully listening to students and to my colleagues here. So just give me a moment. I'll open my screen so you can see my screen, Sharon.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, very much
Yeah,
visible.
and it's still visible in the slideshow mode. It's moving.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have learned to check that because Zoom is a bit temperamental sometimes. Sometimes slides don't move and all kinds of glitches happen. So I'm going to be talking about what I believe and many people now believe is the future of higher education. That we need to change a lot of things in our education system to build leaders of the future. And this is one point of view. This is not the authoritative point of view. So I hope to hear different points of view and people disagreeing with me. So when we talk of higher education, I think very often we believe that it's just number of years, in that we study in primary school for a few years and then secondary school for a few years and then do undergraduate and graduate studies and doctoral studies. And it's just the number of years. I think one fundamental change in our thinking we need to bring about is higher education is not called, the word higher doesn't mean that it's year 13, 14, 15, 16 of education and therefore it's higher. It is higher qualitatively speaking, in my opinion. It's aspirations, higher in wisdom, higher in learning, higher in vision, higher in mindset, and so on. So, so I think if we think of higher education as a calling to bring people to a higher plane in their mind, rather than just think of it that I've done 16 years of education, so I'm highly educated. We don't get highly educated by counting number of years. We get highly educated by building that mindset of aspirations and becoming wiser and cleverer, hopefully, as we go along. So that's just a kind of nomenclature thing, but I believe that just thinking of the word higher in a different way sets us up for achieving greater things in higher education. So I believe that there are a few mega trends that are happening in the world of education, or should be happening in the world of education. They're happening in some parts of the Indian education system, and they're happening in some countries around the world. But large parts of Indian education system is still stuck in old ways, as Mr. Pitroda was saying. So one thing that's beginning to happen and needs to happen a lot more is interdisciplinary. Gone are the days where you could be an expert in one field and put on your blinkers and have a tunnel vision of that you are a biologist or a physicist or an economist. The world has become far more interconnected, and everyone needs to have a wider vision of the world. None of the problems of the world can be solved by being single-minded or being narrow-focused. This is just a graphic showing what I mean by interdisciplinary. Over the years, we have slowly moved from being intradisciplinary, and that is self-explanatory, where disciplines are beginning to merge into interdisciplinarity, not just studying different disciplines in isolation, but kind of everything coming together in one whole. So we need to move to a system where the old ways of university, and when I was in university 40 years ago, and what I see in many universities today has not changed very much. It's almost the same. We have walls, we have departments. This is the department of chemistry, and they don't talk to the department of physics. And there are rivalries, and everyone works in their own silos. So what we need to do is to break down these walls. And this is a phrase that I have not invented, obviously, and many of you would be familiar with it, that we need to move from being I-shaped people to being T-shaped people. And we need to grow our students to become more T-shaped, by which I obviously mean that I-shaped people are those who are very single-mindedly focused on just one thing, the vertical line. But we need to put the horizontal line of the T on top of the I. Sorry, someone saying something? So we need to put that T on top of the I, so that we make people, or we grow the next generation who can see the big picture from the top. They may still be experts, so there'll still be a physicist and a biologist and an economist and an accountant, but each one of us, each one of the new generation needs to have the T on top of the I, because we are moving to a world, and this is again a technical word, wicked problems. A lot of people, a lot of scientists and futurologists are beginning to talk about how more and more problems of the world are wicked problems, by which we mean that problems that don't have one simple, narrow solution. Many of our problems in the world are multi-dimensional problems, and they need interdisciplinary approach to solve them. For example, climate change. Climate change is not a scientific problem. It's a science problem, but it's also an economics problem, a social problem, a behavioral problem, and so on. Because it affects economies, it affects climates, it affects behavior change needs to happen. We need to stop using fossil fuels. We need to, and those are behavioral problems. Scientists can't solve that. Or the pandemic, as we know, is a very, very wicked problem. It's not a medical problem. Medicine is a very small part of it, and that we have more or less cracked. We have treatments, we have vaccines, but behavior change is what's needed, economic change is what's needed, and so on. So there are no single linear solutions to the problems of the future. And therefore, we need T-shaped people, interdisciplinary people who can look across disciplines and look at ways to solving these problems. So, which in other words, I'm trying not to throw too much jargon here, but what again, a lot of, and I'm just throwing some of the jargon so that our students are aware, because they'll be keep seeing these words more and more, like wicked problems, like the VUCA world. VUCA world means a world in which there is volatility, there is uncertainty, there's complexity, and there's ambiguity. And these four words, you look at climate change, you look at pandemic, you look at poverty, you look at urbanization, globalization, you look at the traffic outside my window, everything is marred by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and therefore we need all of this. So sorry to go on and on about it, but I very passionately feel that we have had too long of I-shaped education. We need to get our young people to look horizontal, not just be in their own tunnel, in their own disciplines. The other mega trend, which we need to see, and we are seeing, and I'm happy that in some places in India and many places outside India, we're beginning to see, is the education system needs to focus on the outcome and not the input. For 100 years or more, education is all about there's a classroom, there is a professor who stands on a stage and talks down and lectures for an hour, and students dutifully take notes and memorize things and read textbooks and pass exams and get degrees. That's not the purpose of education. Teaching, lectures, as again, Mr. Pitroda was saying, these are all tools. Textbooks, teaching, lectures, examinations, are all tools. We don't do higher education to pass exams and read textbooks and memorize facts. Those are tools. Those are not the outcome. The outcome is the learning. And we need to move up the ladder from input, which is textbook lectures, and move more towards output, and beyond output to outcome. We don't, and that is the tragedy of our education system to a large extent, that we believe, and even many students still believe, that getting a degree is the end of story. It's not the end of story. It's not the end of your education. It's the start of your education. Exams, grades, degrees are not the purpose of education. You need those to get jobs and to make a living, but those are not. The outcome is learning. And so our education system is still focused on someone standing up and talking for an hour, which I'm doing now. I'm guilty of that myself. We need to move to learning. But what is even more important, and again, I keep referencing back to Mr. Pitroda, is we need to learn how to learn. As he said, self-learn. Because no matter what I or you or LD Arts or Ahmedabad University or anyone we teach our students today, I can guarantee that anything we teach them today will be completely obsolete in 10 years, 20 years from now. So students need to get into the practice of learning how to learn, not just learning. And learning how to learn is what will help them keep reinventing themselves as they go through life. Because learning today, passing an exam, getting a degree, and hanging it on your wall is not going to be the end of learning. Gone are the days where you could hang a degree on your wall and then work in a company for 45 years till you retire. The world needs far more continuous learning, self-learning, and so on. So I think I've made the point that we sometimes equate education with skills. Skills is a part of education. So a mechanical engineer knows how to build an engine, but that's not learning. That's not education. Education is, referencing back to what I was saying earlier, wisdom, vision, insight, foresight, and those are the skills that will keep you going. Learning how to make an engine, a car engine, is not the end of education, because these car engines won't exist 20 years from now. As we are moving more and more to electric cars and to autonomous cars, engines will change. So you learning today how to make an internal combustion engine will be almost useless 20 years from now, and so on. So I think you get the picture. So we need to move away from focusing on facts. In my days, when we were in school and college, facts were important because there was no way to quickly learn facts. If I wanted to learn something, I had to sit in a classroom and learn facts on a formula to solve a mathematical equation, or to learn when did Akbar became Emperor of India, and so on. Those are facts. These days, those facts are at one click away. So we don't need to spend precious classroom time to tell students when Akbar became emperor and what's the formula for calculating something. Those are facts that students can learn on their own. And the professor's role or the education system's role has to be opinions, not facts. And which is why education will move more and more. It has moved to some extent to what we sometimes call flipped classrooms. I'll not go into too much detail, but flipped classrooms are where the boring old one-way lecture and videos and textbooks and chapters are all done asynchronously in the student's own time. And the precious hour with the professor is used for intellectually stimulating discussion rather than telling when Akbar became emperor, and so on. So a phrase that I'll keep using in the course of my talk is, we need to focus on the so what, not the what. What is a click away on Google these days? So what is not what students should come to university for? They should come to university for the so what. What's the meaning of this? How does it help me? How will I use it in my life? Not learn facts for the sake of facts and passing exams and so on. I think I've said most of this. So that is the second trend that we are beginning to see, and we need to see more of, because leaders of tomorrow will not be those who go to education to pass exams and get degrees and then frame the degrees and hang them on their walls. Those people will be obsolete in 10, 20 years' time. Students need to, and it's our role as educators to help students learn how to learn, so they can keep reimagining and reinventing themselves through life, and so on. The third trend, and that saddens me the most, is that our education system is a factory. Most of our education system is an assembly line. We bring in 18-year-olds, we put them in classrooms for 2, 3, 4 years. We lecture them. We give them heavy textbooks to read and course packs to read and quizzes and exams to pass. And at the end of it, we create clones of each other. Every student comes out having read the same books, having listened to the same professors, having passed the same exams, and having got the same degree. And this is what we sometimes call, and I'll not get into explaining this word very much, Google it. It's a fact, so Google it. I'm talking to students. So Procrustean education, which means, Procrustean as a word, which means that something that enforces uniformity without regard to natural variation. So our education system is very Procrustean. It puts everyone in the same box and identical widgets come out at the other end of the education system, everyone having done the same thing and looking alike, literally. We are not alike. Every student is unique, and the education system needs to break down these walls and these boxes and let each student thrive in their own way, so that they are able to follow their passion. So that's happening through, for example, making more and more free curriculum where students mix and match and pick and choose courses from different disciplines and even different departments and schools of the university, and create a bouquet for themselves which suits them, rather than saying, oh, you are doing BCom, so these are the 22 courses and 75 credits that you need to do, and do it. And these are the books and these are the lectures, and you listen to it, you pass exams, and you will be called a BCom. That is breaking down, needs to break down, because every student is unique and they have their own passions. We are still in the mode of that student's mind is an empty box, and the professor comes in and opens the box, throws some gyan into the box and closes the box and say, now you are educated. We are not here to tell students what should go into their mind. We are here to help students think, but not tell them what to think. I think a lot of today's education tells them what to think. Students, to become leaders of tomorrow, need to take ownership of what they think. The professors, if every student thought exactly what the professor thinks, then we are creating clones of the professor. We are not adding to the net knowledge of the world, because everyone is just repeating what their professor taught them. And so what we need to move to is the professor, in a somewhat poetic, or some may call cheesy way, I like to give the analogy of professors being gardeners, not builders. We water the plant, we feed the plant, we put fertilizer, we prune the plant, we give it sunlight, we give it air, and then the plant decides how to grow. The gardener cannot say that, okay, you plant, you grow to 6 feet and have 400 leaves and 20 flowers. No, a gardener does the gardener's job, and the plant does the plant's job and decides how to grow. Some plants grow tall, some grow short, some grow in different directions, and not think of ourselves as educators, as builders, that this is the blueprint, the architect has designed the building, and these are the 20 units, and I'll make them look exactly like the blueprint. That's not our role. We are not here as builders to make replicas of an architect's blueprint. We are more here to let students think on their own. We help them think. We put water and food as we do with plants, but we don't decide how they grow, what they make out of that water and food. It's their responsibility to grow in line with their passions, etc. I think if we are able to do this, that will be the biggest contribution to creating leaders of tomorrow, that leaders will then take ownership of their own thinking and not be replicas of their professors and just repeat what their professors told them to think. Professors should never tell students what to think. You help them to think, and then the students think for themselves. Okay, I'm going on and on for a bit. Sharon, tell me if I've gone on for too long, but I'll take another few minutes.
Please do. Please take your time.
Yeah. Another mega trend, and this is obvious, I don't need to say that, in the last 2 years, it's become even more obvious that it's not going to be physical on-campus education versus online education. It's going to be and there will be a campus-based education as well as online education, and students need to be prepared for that. And more importantly, educators need to be prepared for that, to be able to design education in line with the platform. A lot of us still, because a lot of educators grew up on teaching only offline, only on campus. They're just copy pasting their campus method to online method. And they sit in front of a computer with 55 tiles of Zoom in front of them, and they lecture. That will not work. That doesn't work. There's no one behind those tiles. Unless you engage them, they are tiles where students have logged in and switched off and gone to sleep, literally or figuratively. They are not engaged unless we move away from the lecture mode and more into a collaborative mode. Coming back to, yes, campus education is not going to die. And that's maybe one departure from Mr. Pitroda's words. He said that there'll be no universities and no colleges and everyone will learn on their own. Probably not. Again, no one knows the future, but probably not, because that value of interaction, the networking, the cross-learning, the thriving out of each other's ideas, that cannot happen. And we have tried our best for the last 4 semesters, and every educator in this room has tried for the last 2 years, and that's very difficult to replicate in a digital space. So in-person education will coexist, so our students and our teachers will need to be prepared for that. And again, there are a lot of doomsayers who say this 3-year degree and the 4-year degree and the 2-year MBA are dead, and that everyone will pick and choose micro credentials, micro courses off from Google and Coursera and here and there, and they will educate themselves. They'll not, because the structure, the networking, the impact of the cohort on each other, the batch talking, 60 students talking to each other, that doesn't happen where everyone sits in front of their own YouTube and watch a 1-hour lecture and think that they get educated. They don't. So even when part of the education will be online and provided by online edutech companies, it will, again, this is a prediction that it will be cohort-based courses, or CBC, as they are sometimes called, which is not you going and doing a 20-hour Google Analytics course or a 20-hour data analytics course or a data visualization course or a digital marketing course. Sitting for 20 hours and watching video and is not, and there's a lot of research on that's not an ideal way for long-term retention of what you learn. You learn through interaction, through talking, through sharing, and so on. So CBCs, again, I'll not go into the details of CBC. It's a fact, Google it. But CBCs is the future, not individual courses where lots of courses are uploaded on YouTube and you just sit and watch. Because CBCs come closest to campus-based learning, because there's networking, there's support, there's a structure to the course, there's collaboration, horizontally, vertically, students collaborate with each other, students collaborate with instructors, and so on. Okay, just one last thing that I want to talk about is the trend towards preparing for the new workplace. And as we know, the workplace is changing very fast, and our students need to be prepared. I will just throw a few phrases here. Again, probably not get into the details. If you want to discuss, do ask me during the Q&A. So one is, again, my good old days when I started working 40 years ago, the workplace was a workplace. You physically went to an office, you sat there in a cubicle from 9 to 5 and you worked, and then you shut down and you came back next day and worked 9 to 5. That's breaking up. Literally, as in remote working and people working from outside the office, as well as even within the office. It's no longer the structure that we used to have. A department, that this is marketing department, this is HR department, this is operations department, and so on. A lot of boundaries are breaking down. The new tech businesses are largely boundaryless. There are teams formed at a project level, do the project, disband the team, go and reconfigure the team and do another project. So the whole definition of departments and an organization chart, and these are the 5 departments, and this is the head of the department, and you report to that person, and that person reports to that person. Those static structures are breaking down. So our students, as they go into the workforce, will need to be prepared to face ambiguity. Referring back to the VUCA acronym, the workplace will be very complex. It will be very ambiguous. It will not be that I am in this box in the organization chart and this is my job description. Job descriptions will change based on the project, based on the team. Every day you might be doing different things. And of course, the workplace itself is getting redefined. Who is an employee? And there's this whole debate of contract workers and who is an employee. And most famously for gig economy organizations like Uber, are Uber drivers employees of Uber or independent business people, etc. We'll not get into that. And where is the employee? In the old days, the boss used to sit in that glass cabin on the corner of the office and look down upon his or her 50 people sitting in cubicles and make sure that no one dares to leave the office before 5 p.m. and clock in and clock out. Is going. People will not be sitting in front of the boss. People will be sitting anywhere in the world. So who is the employee? Where is the employee? All of these things are getting more and more fluid in the gig economy, as I mentioned. And I've talked about most of this. So we are moving towards a matrix organization where today this organization looks like this, and these are the 5 teams doing these 5 projects. Projects done, disband, shuffle the Lego pieces and join them again in a different design. And now these are the 4 teams doing these 4 projects and so on. So what that means for students, and I'm addressing mainly students, what that means is your identity should not be linked to your organization's identity. The old thing of employment for life is dead. In our days, your identity was linked to the organization, that I am an employee of Microsoft, and therefore that's what I am known for. And my whole life is linked to Microsoft. We need to, or you need to, the students need to create value in yourself. What do you bring to the table? And that value is then transferable. It travels with you. It's not the property of your employer, it's your property, which sometimes fashionably is called personal branding. Students need to start building a personal brand physically, in their body of work, in their credentials, on social media, on LinkedIn, wherever, creating a personal brand. And once you have a personal brand, that brand travels with you. Then you're not tied to the Microsofts and the Wipros and the Tata of the world. You are a free bird. You have created a value system around you, and that value system travels with you. And to be able to do that, circling back to where I started, you need to be clear that learning doesn't stop with passing an exam and getting a degree. Lifelong learning, because to be able to create and recreate your personal brand, you need to keep reinventing and re-educating yourself through life. In the old days, life used to be, I'm a student for the first 25 years of my life. Then I am an employee for the next 45 years of my life, and then I retire. Gone. I mean, people will probably not retire either, but you're not student for the first 25 years of your life. You're student for life, and accept it. Don't look forward to the day you get your degree and say ki ho gayi padhai khatam. Nahi ho gayi padhai khatam. Padhai will stay with you for life, because what you study now, this year, next year, will be, I can guarantee you, will be useless in 20 years' time. So you have to be ready. So to put it in a structure, like all of us like to make some pretty pictures out of everything. Learning or used to be knowing. I know things. I know how to solve this equation. I know what's the history of the Mughal Empire or whatever. It moved, and it has moved to quite an extent of doing. Most universities now don't just teach things in a classroom. They make students do projects and internships and immersions and experiential learning doing. What we have not yet started doing very well, with a few oases of exceptions, is connecting. We are still in our silos. That the whole thing about interdisciplinarity that I talked, and how to make connections so that we can solve wicked problems of the world, to be T-shaped people and so on. And that's work in progress, and that needs to happen. But ultimately what needs to happen is, the purpose of education is not to, and I keep saying that again and again, is not to get a degree. Purpose of education is to become, to be a better human being than you started before your education. And that has things like understanding morals and ethics, and having a moral compass, and understanding that an organization doesn't work in a vacuum. There are stakeholders outside the organization, and understanding how your work impacts world issues. How are you going to solve climate change and poverty and the pandemic, and understanding that our micro focus on within the organization doesn't help. It leads to situations like a year and a half ago in the first pandemic lockdown, when hundreds of thousands of laborers were left hanging, and they walked hundreds of kilometers or thousands of kilometers sometimes to get to their villages, and thousands of them died in the process. That was because of lack of that understanding of the interconnected world, of ethics, of morals, of understanding stakeholders, and laborers are one of the stakeholders which no one cared about, and so on. Okay, so having said all of that, I'm throwing a lot of words here. So this is where I believe we should aim at. At the end of your degree or whatever you study as students, you need to have these traits, or we as educators need to ensure that you leave the university with these traits. And again, I won't have time to go into these. Feel free to question me on these in Q&A, or reach out to me later after the session, and we can continue the discussion. So I'll just say a few of these. Contextually literate, not just literate that I can read and write and solve mathematical problems, but context of the thing, character building, liberal education, which is, I keep, my shortcut to liberal education is T-shaped education, that you learn things horizontally, not just vertically. Everyone needs to be storytellers, and goes without saying that everyone needs to be digital first, because everything starts with digital now. So there's absolutely no discipline which you can thrive in without being a digital native, of doing things fundamentally digitally rather than doing it analog and then trying to force fit digital on it, and so on. Okay, I'll skip some of this and in the interest of time, so I don't bore you for too long, and we leave enough time for Q&A. I've not designed this. I'm sure many of you have seen this before. So the purpose of education is to help people move from the left side to the right side of the continuum, because we have data. We have far too much data these days than we ever know what to do with. In the old days, and as Sharon said in my introduction, I was a market researcher. In the 1980s, data was scarce. We need to struggle to collect data. Now there's so much data that we are drowning in data and we don't know what to do with it. So data is commodity. Data is free. and it's literally free. You can do some social media analytics and data mining, and you will know more about your customers than you would ever want to know. So we need to move from data to information, where we start putting some patterns on data, to knowledge, where we start connecting the dots and say, okay, this leads to this and this leads to that in an interdisciplinary way. And to insight. So I've connected the dots, but how do you get from A to B? What is the route to go from where I am today to use this data intelligently and wisely and arrive at my destination? So we as humans are getting pushed out of the left side of this continuum. Machines are doing most of that. In my days, we used to sit with calculators and work out averages and mean scores and medians and standard deviations and variance of data. No one needs to do that now. So machines, artificial intelligence is doing most of this until even connecting the dots. We humans, if we have these skills that I was talking about earlier, we need to move more and more towards the right side of this continuum. And that's what all the things that I've talked about needed in the education system is needed to do that, to help us make sense of the world around us and tell a story from it. And we all need to be storytellers rather than what we sometimes call bean counters. Bean counters are people who play with data. Machines will play with data. We need to be storytellers. The so what, my favorite two-word phrase, the so what of the data rather than the what. The what, the machines are handling it better than we could ever do. So the whole thing that I've talked about is to lead us and our students and our future leaders towards looking for insights, looking for the so what, looking for wisdom. And I'll close with, these are some of the, and again, I've not dreamt this up. There's a lot of research on it, on what are the skills for the future of work. The future of work is not for bean counters. The future of the work is not those who are great at data analysis and Excel skills and how to write a profit and loss account or how to write a balance sheet or how to solve a mathematical equation. Gone. Machines will do all of that. You don't need to work out the standard deviation of a distribution of numbers. It's the interpretation, it's the storytelling. And I keep emphasizing the word storytelling because everything is a story. And we need to make sense of all the complex data using our T-shaped thinking and so on in a creative manner to tell a story. So these soft skills, and most of what I'm saying here are what we used to call soft skills: teamworking, emotions, creativity, managing self, storytelling, listening, strategic thinking, is what we need to inculcate in our future leaders rather than teaching them facts. They'll learn facts. Google knows more than we will ever know. So let Google do the hard work. Let's focus on moving people towards the right of that spectrum and becoming storytellers, becoming visionaries rather than becoming bean counters. And no offense to bean counters, I'm sure that's a good skill, but we need to move far beyond that because otherwise machines will eat us up. Machines, and there are scary stories on how AI will turn on us and we will become slaves to AI. Hopefully not, but we need to master skills which AI will not catch up to, at least for the next few decades. We don't know, but at least in your lifetimes over the next few decades as students, be at the end of the spectrum where the machines will not eat you up, that where you will add value in a way that machines can't by using your higher level, softer attributes rather than doing manual and physical tasks. Okay. All right. I'm more keen on questions than lecturing. So.
Yes, let's throw the house open to questions or comments. I think all of us here are either learners, educators, or both, and this should sort of spark a lot of thinking and questioning. If somebody has anything,
Yes, may I, ma'am?
please.
Yeah, very good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Parul Bhati. Sir, I would like to know from your side your view that whatever you have shared and what we expect from the students and what exactly we have to play a role as an academician. Sir, what is your view? How much EQ and SQ play an important role once we talk about to build the strong foundation of our students? Because ultimately, once they enter in a professional life, it's fine. Technically, they are sound enough. But somewhere, this is what I feel it, and even I experienced. So what is your view, sir? Because you are more experienced. We are on a still on a first or second steps of the steps, but you are more experienced. So, sir, I would like to know your views on that part.
So just to make sure I get you right, you're talking about EQ.
Yes, sir. EQ. Yes, emotional quotients and spiritual quotients. SQ.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, those are the terminologies that are probably not as much in fashion as they were 10, 20 years ago. But what I'm talking about is exactly that of emotional quotient. Earlier in the early days, or in the days when I was starting out in my career, IQ was important. Your ability to do some calculations, crack a mathematical problem was very important. But the world has become so interconnected, and machines have been able to do most of the I part of the work, that it's the E part of the work, the emotional angle that we need to inculcate in our students, and not chase facts. Or not just be brilliant in memorizing formulas and solving problems and passing exams. So emotional, because that is a thing that hopefully machines will not catch up to in the next few decades, of being emotional beings, of collating unrelated facts and making a story out of it, thinking in a colloquial way, which I know is not scientifically correct, but being right-brained people and being people who think through their emotions, or system one people, as some psychologists call them, rather than system two people. That's where the future lies, of being able to put that layer of emotion on hard data. Hard data, we don't need to worry about. There are enough machines to play around and analyze hard data. I agree.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your view.
We can take some more questions. Dr. Vishal Gupta, please.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Vishal Gupta. And it was nice listening to you, sir. And I had a privilege to listen to a few of the Gandhian and Tagorean philosophy also, and the last couple of days. So I appreciate the issue that you raised, sir, regarding the present education system. Sir, I just wanted to know if the new education policy which has dropped in, will it address the issue that you have raised regarding the education system? Or if not, is there any structured model of education system that may impart knowledge and have assessment system which may help not producing the clones? Because otherwise we have, I mean, things are very much structured. We cannot go out of the box. So, I mean, is there any kind of, I mean, the model that that suits, so that we can have a mind which is identical, I mean, not identical kind of, are we in a position to address these kind of issues? I mean, every now and then we come with these kind of things that we are producing. It has become a factory. Education is a factory kind of where we are producing, but then we are
Okay,
not getting.
thanks for your question. Professor Miglani, if you would please answer.
I think I understand what you are asking, Dr. Gupta. Yes, the new education policy is a move in the right direction. But as we know, in India, from policy formulation to policy implementation is a huge journey. And it doesn't happen in a day, in a year, in a decade. It'll take time. But the new education policy says all the right things. If we are able to implement it, it says all the right things. For example, I was so pleased that it uses the word interdisciplinary. And at one stage when I first read the policy, I had counted, I forget now, but I had counted, I think it mentions the word interdisciplinary at least 20 times in that document, which is great, which is exactly what but saying it in a policy paper and doing it in 20,000 universities around the country is a big ask. So it will not happen. Some universities will adopt it, some will not, and some states will be more progressive, some will not, and so on. So, but we are moving in the right direction. So it talks of interdisciplinarity. The new education policy also talks of credit-based education structuring of degrees rather than the old model that you come in and you study for 2 years and you get this. Now it's more flexible. You have a certain number of credits to achieve and you can mix and match and take credits from different parts of the institution. It allows for credits to be carried. That is, you could do some credits in one university, move on, and your credits travel with you so that you can do some other things and build on those credits that you earned in one university. These are all signs of flexibility or breaking the assembly line factory mode of education. We'll wait and watch, or the students will wait and watch. It will be too late for me to wait and watch. This will take a long time.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
We have one more question, I think, from Mr. Satyajit Singh.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question was, in beginning of the session, you mentioned about interdisciplinary. So, sir, being a student, being a learner, what should be my part in, breaking the wall and connecting the peoples of, different field and of different mindsets?
Yeah. So interdisciplinarity can be achieved in many ways. If you're, I don't know if you're a student in a university and if your university follows a flexible credit-based system, that even if you're doing a degree in, say, economics, but you can take a course in history and a course in philosophy and a course in data science or whatever, then you can achieve interdisciplinarity and build your bouquet of credits within the university. I know that many universities are still very structured, and you need to take if you are a BCom student, you take a set of courses and you can't say, I want to study philosophy or something, in which case you connect outside the university. And that is what Mr. Sam Petroda was saying. He connects with philosophers, he connects with artists, he connects with technologists, he connects with different people. And you become an interdisciplinary people by osmosis, by imbibing from the network outside the university, if your university doesn't allow that.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Miglani. Thanks for the concern you're showing in developing and building young minds, as you called it, and building the leaders of the future. And some very interesting mega trends that you introduced to us, and some very interesting terms like wicked problems and T-shaped people. I think your speech has left far too many questions, so I don't know that they would be addressed right now. I mean, lots of questions do come up. How will this work, and so on, but it's a good starting point. And now we move on to our third and final speaker of this evening, who is a person who may rightly be called a professor journalist, Dr. Pradeep Malik, who is at present a professor of mass communication at PDEU Gandhinagar, and he heads the Department of Languages, Literature and Aesthetics. Dr. Malik trained in journalism and communication with a PGDG from IIMC New Delhi, an MS in communication from Bangalore University, and he went on to do his MPhil at Gujarat Vidyapeeth, a pre-PhD at Tata Institute of Social Sciences before completing his PhD at Gujarat University. His journalism career spans 30 years in print and broadcast, a period during which he has worked with media houses such as the Times of India, Business India, India Abroad, and Bhaskar Groups. And his last assignment was as a deputy resident editor of Ahmedabad Mirror, which has made him a household name in Ahmedabad, I'm quite sure. He is a published author with 3 books, several chapters in edited volumes, and research papers to his credit. And interestingly, Dr. Malik has also worked in the area of child rights in collaboration with UNICEF. I know with everyone's introduction, I may be leaving out a lot of interesting things, but I think we have some paucity of time. You will excuse us. I call upon Dr. Malik to kindly address our eager listeners. Dr. Malik.
Thank you for this generous introduction of mine, Professor Sharon Reiter. First of all, I express my gratitude to LD Arts leadership and LD Arts team, Ma'am Principal Jenny Rathore Ma'am. When Professor Miglani began, he said Dr. Pitroda had made his job difficult. Now just think how difficult things are for me now. You have heard the wisdom of 2 people, two great people. And I am going to talk about the nuts and bolts. If you put what I am going to talk and what they have talked in that hierarchy, they are right on top, and I'm at the bottom because I'm going to talk about skills, the opportunities, the economics, where does the opportunity stand for the youth? And I see the numbers are falling, but I still hope there are some students around, because my talk is primarily aimed at those young students. Of course, my area, mass communication, is one. Sometime during my presentation, I'll say that everybody is welcome, and anybody can enter my area, our area of mass communication, anytime in their life, at any level. This is the flexibility this communication or mass communication offers us. Now, this reminds me, I said during my presentation, am I the host? Am I able to share my screen? I think it does allow me to share my screen.
Yes, you may, of course.
Yes, it does allow me to share my screen. I just saw the arrow, and I'll request Sharon ma'am, if my screen is visible.
Not right now.
Not yet, not yet.
Yes.
I have clicked on it.
Yes, it is starting to show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can see on the left corner, there are 61 slides, but don't worry. I'm not going to take you through all the slides. I knew I'm in the company of a legend, and I'm in the company of a great scholar. So I knew that this discussion will last longer, and I'll be left with much less time. So I will be skipping quite a few of these slides. But
we don't have a time limit. Don't worry about that. Yes, please go on. Yeah.
So nice of you to say that, but I do realize that people do have their dinners, and as a speaker, I would like to go on and on and on, but listeners, no. Now, I am trying to make my screen. Yeah, I think it is in the presentation mode, and let me also take up my laser. So this is what I am. Sharon ma'am has already given you much more about me. So thank you very much, ma'am, again. I had said that please suit it to your time limit. Now, 5 or 6 things that I would like to talk about, and depends on your interaction, the interaction with the young students, primarily who are my target audience today. Depending on their interaction feedback, I will stay more on something or less on something. So these are the 6 things that I would like to talk about. What is my topic that I suggested to Principal Ma'am was that because it's a youth conclave, if I can talk about the opportunities in media and entertainment, and she said, go ahead. I'm beginning. So I'll talk about what is M&E sector. I'll talk media and entertainment as M&E. So M&E stands for media and entertainment sector. Who works in this? What are the skills required? Professor Miglani has already told us the skills required for the future, workers of future. So more or less, this is what I'm going to say. So probably I may not spend much time there, but I would like to tell you how immense the opportunities are in this M&E sector, because it's really, really big. It runs into billions. It runs into billions of, in dollar term, not just in rupees term, in India. If you talk about global, it runs into trillions in dollar terms. It's so big an industry. And then last, students, if they are interested in getting into media and entertainment industry, how should they be preparing? This is what, so as I said, I'm not going to, this is structured for one-to-one interaction or classroom face-to-face interaction. This PPT is structured in such a manner, but I realize that we don't have time and we don't have that luxury of being in front of each other. So when we talk about what is M&E sector, these are the obvious things that come to our mind. But to my young friends, I'll tell them, look beyond the obvious. And when you look beyond the obvious, you'll find some of the other segments of this sector. So television, print, digital media, cinema, radio, they are the very, very obvious, the traditional ways, but the new things which are emerging are live events, advertising, online gaming, out-of-home media, animation and VFX, that is visual special effects, and there are more. So I will expect the young listeners, keep thinking, because I have more. If I were in front of you physically, I would have asked you, I would have paused here and made you to think and tell me what are the other segments that come to your mind. But here I go. You can see music, sports, books, and magazines. You can add a few more segments if you look around and you think beyond the obvious. So this is what M&E sector is. These are the broad segments of this M&E sector. So who works in this? Again, the very obvious answers, reporters, which I was began 35 years ago, broadcast news analyst, which I continue to be. And there are many people like me, writers, authors, editors, photographers, graphic designers. There are many people who work here. But these are the very obvious ones whom we either see or read day in and day out. But there are many people who work behind the scene. They say, right, a fighter pilot flies a fighter plane. And you see that today now we can say she also, because so they, singular or, the male or the female, she or he is fighting, flying the plane. But to keep the fighter pilot airborne, 20 people, at least 20 people are working on ground, more than that actually. So similarly, when you see a reporter coming on television camera and saying that, hey, this is Pradeep Malik reporting from the war-torn Kabul, to keep me on the screen for those few seconds, I'm telling you, we are on screen for hardly 10 seconds. To keep me on screen, 50 people are working behind the scene. These are the opportunities that we have, the hidden opportunities. Often we do not look at those opportunities. So here are some of those opportunities. photographers, graphic design, translators, film and video editors, and camera operators. Camera operator is a very low level skill. You can call them cinematographers. So cinematography. Okay. Then broadcast, sound engineering technicians, announcers, producers, directors, and performers, all sorts of performers at different level. There are main actors, there are support actors, and there are so many people dancing with those actors. If you have noticed, two people in yellow color and the rest in blue or black or magenta color. 50 people. They are all, mind you, they're all artists. And trust me, they are, if not lavishly paid, they are decently paid. Okay, but obviously that's not our target. I mean, I just hope that that's not your target to be. But these are the opportunities. Okay, so now when we have these media artifact and these are brought to us, they need money to survive. So there must be a business side to all this. There must be. And if there is a business side to it all, then some people must be working on the business side. So who are these people? If you look at them or you try to search them, you'll find immense number of opportunities there. Again, these are some of the people. PR professionals, that is public relations professionals. Today, they are public relations professionals, and at a little higher level, they are image makers, brand builders. That Professor Miglani talked to you, that you have to build your own brand. So people get their brand built by professionals. Okay, so PR professional, talent agents and their representatives. They are, mind you, they are not low skill jobs. These are high skill jobs. You need to train for it. And I'll tell you how to train for all that. Marketing managers, entertainment lawyers, distribution workers, and there are so many others. Trust me, these entertainment lawyers, they earn in Indian rupees, they earn in lakhs. Just to frame a paragraph or a piece of page of contract between the talent and the producer, or the producer and the director, or the support staff. They earn in lakhs. So these are some of the opportunities that you have in M&E sector. And what kind of skills are required? I had thought that I'll ask you people to tell me what skills are required, but Professor Miglani has already told us the kind of skills which will be required. But mind you, you need those skills today if you want to work in the media and entertainment industry that is unraveling before us today, the kind of work that is happening today. You no longer can be just an actor. You got to be a business person also along with being an actor. You no longer can just be a camera person. You have to be a technical expert also to be a good cinematographer. Multiple skills you need to have. So these are some of the skills. Obviously, the very obvious is all creative, innovative people are welcome in this industry. This industry is skill-oriented industry. This industry is talent oriented industry. And these human resources, these human beings, they have to be creative and innovative. But what is so new about it? I think any business today, any sector, any segment, every segment will say that we require innovators, we require disruptors. Okay, so this industry also requires such people, and they are all welcome. But apart from this, we require a few other things also. And which are those? Those people who have a knack for analyzing and prioritizing. It could be news. You can look, instead of news, you can use the word content, prioritizing content. Now, this content could be informative, knowledgeable, entertainment, or business content, the advertisement, the business plans. You have to have negotiating contracts, pitching and selling skills, marketing and promoting, crunching numbers. We are talking about creative and innovative people. And at the same time, we are telling you that you've got to be number crunchers. You've got to be good with numbers. Unless you're good with numbers, Because in the coming days, or why in the coming days, even today, hardly any media and entertainment sector person works for himself or herself. They work for a team, and when they work for a team, they have to put in their skills, and they have to have the team dynamics also, the skills that is required to succeed in a team. So you need those things also. Ability to work independently and on a team, management skills, problem solving abilities, knowing how to prioritize work and meet deadlines. Deadlines are very sacrosanct in this M&E industry. If the news has to roll at 8 p.m., it has to roll at 8 p.m. Have you ever seen a screen going blank for 2 seconds? 808:00:002. It cannot happen. If it has to roll at 8, it has to roll at 08:00:00. Because if the screen goes blank for 2 seconds, people will immediately flip onto the next screen. Right? Same thing with if a digital page takes longer time to upload or emerge on your screen, you will move on to the next website. So deadlines are very, very important. The printing press has to roll at 10. It has to roll at 10. I'll share my experience with you people, and you guys will be surprised to know that we used to lose part of our salary if we miss our deadline by, in the beginning it was, if we miss our deadline by 10 minutes, we'll lose a part of our salary. Mind you, I worked for one of the best organizations in India, one of the largest organizations, which was not, trying to save money. And yet we used to lose. In the beginning, 10 minutes, it was reduced to 5 minutes, and then it was reduced to 1 minute. If my printing press doesn't start at the designated time, appointed time, and it is late by 1 minute, I lose money. Why? Because 1 minute of delay means the publisher losing millions of rupees, because the newspaper will remain lying undistributed, or the television screens person has shifted to another station, or the film that you have ordered on OTT, it is taking such a long time to load, you will order another film from another OTT platform, which can give you the film in a jiffy. Deadlines are very, very important. So these are some of the skills that we require. And then third thing that I wanted to tell you about, that where are the opportunities? And if I want to tell you where are the opportunities, I think I must tell you first how big this sector is. And I have a small, I'll skip next 10 slides actually, but I'll tell you this quick story. Once upon a time, and when
may I interrupt you, Pradeep sir? Your slides are not moving.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me then go to the normal slide mode instead of the slideshow mode. Probably this will work. Is it visible?
It is very much visible, yes.
Is it moving?
It's not moving, but yeah. I mean, now, yeah, it is.
So I have gone to the regular slide mode, where
Right.
it will be smaller, of course, and there earlier the screen was larger. So once upon a time, and when I say once upon a time, we have lots of, we have ma'am principal here who teaches literature. Once upon a time, when we used to say it used to refer to the prince and princess 1,000 years ago or 200 years ago. And in this digital age, when we say once upon a time, we are not even referring to the last decade. We are referring to within 10 years. So I'm talking of 2014. 2014, the world economy, as I said, I'll skip some of the slides, but let this slide be there for your reference. Just to, if you don't get some of these figures, don't worry at all. These figures are immaterial. What is important is to understand how the global economy was going up and down, etc. These figures are immaterial. In short, global economy in 2014 was growing at 2.6%. And in 2015, the next year, it shrunk. it shrunk by 2.4. And you know what was happening to the Indian economy at that point of time? 2014, when the global economy was shrinking, Indian economy was rising. And Indian economy, what was the growth rate at that point of time? 7% approximately. So look at the contradiction here. The global economy is shrinking and Indian economy is growing. And what was the rate of growth of Indian economy? 6-7% approximately. And now look how big and how significant E&M industry is to India's economy and how big in absolute term it is. I'll show you some figures later on also again, of course. When Indian economy was outperforming the global economy, Indian economy was growing at 7%. E&M industry was growing at faster than Indian economy. You can think of what is the contribution of E&M to India's economy. Indian economy, E&M at that point of time was growing at 9.1%. And I'll show you later on, it is growing even faster today. So now, how big is the Indian economy? It's almost, we are touching 3 trillion. We will be touching 3 trillion. In that 3 trillion, if we are growing at this pace, think of the money that is running in this Indian economy, this M&E sector. And if there is money, somebody is spending that money. Somebody is cornering that money. Somebody is distributing that money. Who are these people? I'll ask you later this question. So this is how Indian economy was. What went wrong and all in between, we are not concerned about it, but it fell a little bit. And we all know the corona has affected our economy badly. And the biggest blow that the corona has taken, apart from the poor individuals, daily wage earners, it is the media and entertainment industry that has taken the biggest hit, along with hospitality. Okay, they will be here to contest that we suffered more, and we say this, M&E says that we suffered more. Both of them have suffered massively. But the good thing is that thanks to the 4G, silver lining, the 4G, I'm talking of telecom. We must thank Dr. Sam Pitroda for initiating that. Of course, today what we see is much different from what he's, what was initiated in his days. But remember, what we are doing today is we are building upon the foundation that his generation, laid for us. So this silver lining, despite the fall of this economy, despite the setback that the corona or the pandemic is giving us now, 4G, and we just hope, we are not talking of 5G right now, but we all know, experiments are already on. But what we have today is 4G. So let us talk about 4G. So what it has done is that digital access has become wider. Consumption has grown up rapidly since 14-15. And our Prime Minister never tires whenever he goes abroad to TomTom, and rightly so. He TomToms that, where the data is the cheapest in the world? It's in India. So this falling data cost and smartphone penetration, again, we are a country of 1.3 billion, and we have almost same number of mobile phones, the smartphones in our country, almost every person. We of course know that some people have 2 smartphones and some people even have 3, some people have none, but if you take a look at the ratio, it is almost 1:1. So this penetration of smartphone. Now, why am I referring to 4G and digital access and falling data cost? What does it have to do with M&E sector? You'll see in the next few slides. I'm skipping, I should not have skipped this, but fine, I'm skipping this for the time being. So what has happened because of this data, internet, smartphone, we have what is called Tmt phenomenon. Now, Tmt, we all know, is a steel bar which is used in building construction. I'm not referring to that Tmt phenomenon. What is this TMT phenomenon? This is what is called technology, media, and telecom converging to become one reality. And then the hierarchy or the dividing lines between technocrat, media creators, and telecom people, they are all blurring. All of us are complementing each other, and we are interchanging roles now. So this TMT phenomenon has really been a game changer, which has led to what is called the multiplication effect in the opportunities in this media and entertainment sector. How? Because a new media ecosystem has emerged where these tech guys and telecom firms, they are engaging their audience. And who are these audience? You and I. They are engaging their audience and monetizing their consumers. So often we say that this email system is for free, this data is for free, this picture is for free, this photograph is for free, but we all know nothing comes for nothing. There is nothing like a free lunch. There is a cost, and we are paying without even knowing. These manufacturers, these technocrats, these creators, they are monetizing us. They are monetizing our behavior. They are monetizing our spending, especially the spending pattern. Okay, so all this is thanks to this, what we call the TMT phenomenon. And not for nothing, 2018 is seen as a landmark year in this M&E sector. One more major thing happened in 2018, which is not very relevant today, but I would like to share with you people. That is the year when the media industry, for the first time, ever since media industry was commercialized, for the first time in 2018, media industry, the revenue of media industry was higher from the content than from the advertising. So when media suffered, I told you M&E industry suffered during Corona, during pandemic, this lockdown, etc. Why? Because the ad stream just suffocated us. Advertisements just dried up, and we were heavily advertisement dependent. And if you are heavily advertisement dependent, and if it dries up, we are on hard times. And that's what exactly happened. But 2018 is the year when, for the first time, content generated more revenue than advertising. And where does this content come from? Who creates this content? And when I say content, I'm not just talking of a newspaper, an article in newspaper, or a news bulletin in television. I'm talking of all the content that you consume on any media platform: television, radio, newspaper, digital media, mobile phone, etc., smart watch, etc. So I'm coming to now just trying to give you a look at the enormity of this sector. 2021, the expected, when I say 2021, this number refers to 21-22 March. Okay, 21, year 2021. So when by the end of this March, this M&E sector is likely to be, this is in billion, mind you, 1729 billion. This big this industry is, and this industry in 2023 is likely to be 2234. Okay, and it is going to grow at 17%. What is the growth rate predicted for Indian economy? This year it has been predicted at 8.3 against a base of very, sad base of last year because of Corona-induced lockdowns, etc. So 8.3% Indian economy is going to grow. And M&E sector is on an average likely to grow at more than double that rate. So you can see where the money is going to be pumped. A lot of money is going to be pumped into M&E sector, which includes, of course, telecom, right? I think I have made it very clear. Telecom is an integral part of an M&E sector now. So 17% now. I'm not getting into those things, what happened during 2021. I think I've already told you. M&E suffered a huge fall, 1.38 trillion it fell down to. It suffered 24%, 1/4 of the business was siphoned off, and lots of people lost their job, which also means that there is volatility in the sector. It can grow. When it grows very fast, and when it suffers, it takes a bad hit, and we have all seen the impact of that. It fell by 24%, massive fall. So these are some of the things, how M&E sector compared over the years, but let us not get into that. But as I told you, if you want to be successful in M&E sector, you got to be familiar with all this. There is something, even if you want to be a journalist, there is something called data journalism today. Number crunching happens even in such creative work as film distribution or filmmaking. Distribution, of course, is a business, pure business. The filmmaking is not pure business. It's a creative process, but there also lots of data crunching happens. So you have to be familiar with this. But for the moment, I'm skipping, as I told you, I'll skip nearly 8 or 10 slides. So I'm skipping all those slides. I'm coming back to this slide. I would like you people to take a quick look and see which is the biggest mover in this sector right now. I'm not waiting for answers because I know it's not going to be two-way. If it goes two-way, it will take a lot of time. So here is my answer to this. You will say that television continues to be a big revenue earner, which means that television will continue to have lots of opportunities. Okay. Though it is one of the biggest, you can see number-wise, figure-wise, but when you look at the growth, this is the least. Less than even print, which used to be the laggard for the last more than a decade. Print, all over the world, it is on the decline. In India, it is still rising thanks to the rise in regional journalism or regional entertainment. But rest of the world, print medium is greatly declining. Asia, it is rising because of two countries, India and China. But in other parts of Asia also, print media is not really doing well. Despite it being the laggard, television is slower than that, mind you. But the number, sheer number is huge, 847 billion. This is the likely size of this. Now, if in 2023, this industry is going to be 2.23 trillion, and going by the way it is increasing, in 2028, that is 5 years down the line, or 7 years down the line, this is easily going to be 400 trillion, 4.0 or 5 trillion business. Who will spend this money? People like you who get into M&E industry. Huge opportunities. And I've already shown you where are the opportunities. Some very obvious and some not so very obvious. So this brings me to this question of, are you a fit? If these figures are inspiring you, if these figures are, putting you under an awe, and then you think that I must get into M&E sector, then are you a fit for M&E sector? I would have loved to make you do a quick paper and pencil exercise, but again, we don't have time. But if you have paper and pencil ready with you, I have a few questions to ask you. Just keep saying yes or no to yourself, okay? And then we will take a score quickly. It won't take more than 2 minutes. I have a few questions for you. All those questions are there. I had thought of, I'll give you these questions one after another, but because slide mode is, presentation mode is off. So here, do photographs, colors, and moving images excite you? Say yes or no, okay? And keep to yourself. Do you love meeting people, listening to their life stories, and interacting with them? Yes or no? Do you have a way with words, love for art and culture, and a desire to express yourself? Say yes or no. I have a few more questions. Do you enjoy writing, being on internet searches, and public speaking? Do you enjoy using the computer for several purposes and for several hours? Today, I could have, instead of computer, I could have said also mobile phone, and answer would have been yes for almost everyone. I can, easily predict. Do you only read newspapers, watch television, observe advertisements in print or TV on the hoardings? My question is, do you only read newspapers, or do you watch newspapers? What was my previous question? Do you read newspapers? And this question is, and watch television. This question is, do you watch newspaper and read television? Do you respond to advertisements in print and TV and on the hoardings? What I'm trying to ask you is that, do you critically look at these issues? So this was my set of questions. I don't know how many of you have got how many yes and how many no's, but you can rate yourself. Okay, fine. Do you want to help the society to know the truth? I'm getting into the higher things. And in the age of skepticism and cynicism, and what has come to be known as post-truth, do you want to stand up and be counted? I'm asking you a very, very difficult question, because question is not difficult. The choice that you make is difficult. So in this age of post-truth, do you want to stand up and be counted? So my questions end here. I hope you people have said yes, no, yes, no, yes, no to yourself. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Again, yes, no, yes, no. And then yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so count how many yes. This will give you an idea whether you are a fit to M&E industry or not. So what was your score? Unfortunately, I don't have time to, I don't have the means to listen to all that, probably, but I'll give you the answer nevertheless. Now count the A's and no's. How many I did you have and how many no's do you have? And now interpret it. If answer to all, one of these is yes. Even if one of these is yes, you are a fit for this M&E industry. You can get into media and communication and get paid for what you love to do. What all did I ask you? Even if it is about photography, you are welcome. If it's about reading, you are welcome. It's about writing, you are welcome. It's about speaking, you are welcome. It's about graphics, you are welcome. It's about taking snaps, you are welcome. You all are fit for this industry. All of us are. So you remember which area to take? That will, I'll come back to this a little later. Which are these areas available? So these are some of these areas. I'm picking quickly. Yeah, here it is. Now, when I said all of you are fit to be into M&E industry, anybody can fit into this. In our childhood, we have been, you must have heard this many a time. A painter is born, not made. Sometimes they say an actor is born, not made. A writer is born, not made. But we all know this, we were told the wrong things. A painter might be born, but so was I. I don't paint today doesn't mean that I was not born a painter. Didn't all of us sing when we were young? Remember your kindergarten days, nursery rhymes? All of us sang. How many of us are singing today? We are not singing today because we stopped singing. And who stopped you from singing? Did your parents stop? Did your teachers stop? Your friends stop? No. You stopped singing, and hence the child in the kindergarten who was singing that day is not singing today. All of us were born singer. If singing nursery rhyme makes us a singer, which it does make us a singer. All of us painted. All of us, I'm sure all of us have done some painting at some point of our time, but we stopped. Why? Because we just didn't take it further. Anybody can be trained to become a painter or a musician or a journalist or a filmmaker. This is what we believe. All of us are born with the same cranial capacity. Approximately all Homo sapiens are born with 730 ml of brain. All of us have billions of neurons, billions. And when there are billions, someone has 5 billion and 1 million, or someone has 5 billion and 20 million, doesn't make a difference. All of us are born with the same capacity, almost all, okay? There might be some natural exceptions. I do accept that. Okay? Let me not be accused of being not inclusive, and let me not be accused of being discriminatory. But all of us are almost born with the same capacity. It's just that we limit ourselves by our thinking. Our thought limits us. And so one day we decide that, oh no, filmmaking is not my cup of tea, I cannot do this, or singing is not my cup of tea, I cannot do this, or investigative journalism is not my cup of tea, I will not be able to do that. Anybody can be trained. And hence, if you think that you are a fit for M&E industry, get some training. And that's what I say. So how about getting some training? Okay, where will you get this training? This is the $1 million question. And I have a few things to share with you. Look for these things and you will get some answers. First, why do you want to get into M&E? I have already given you the test. If your interest and aptitude helps you, tells you that you should be in M&E industry, do come here. And after you have decided that I'm coming here and I want to get some training because I want to become one of those, enter one of those segments, then look for these things. Who are the facilitators? Which is your teachers. What do you learn from them and with them? From them and with them. Look at the course content. Where do you learn from and with them? Which institute you are learning and which place you are learning, and at what level you are trying to learn, whether at the undergraduate level or the postgraduate level. Look for these things and look at the pedagogy. Pedagogy is the mode of delivery of the classes, the lectures, the learning, teaching and learning. So all these 2, 3, 4 things, 2, 3, and 4 will count towards the pedagogy. So take this one step ahead again. What is this? Who are these facilitators and teachers? If you find these facilitators and teachers to be having a blend of academia and industry, they are the best one to teach you or the best one to learn with. If they are only academics, run away from them. If they are only industry guys, listen to them, but don't follow them necessarily. Okay, but if they are a blend of the two, they are the ones to be pursued. Course content. If it's only classroom theories, run away from it. If it gives you field exposure, do take it, but don't go only for field exposure. Go to an institute, go to a place, go to a master who gives you some classroom theories and some field exposure. Why classroom theories? Because theories give you the perspective which helps you come up with or turn in better products. Help you, which these theories, they give you the perspective which makes you a better professional, a better performer. okay? And which is the institute that you are going to learn at. Brands, I'm sorry to use the word brand in education, but that's how things are these days. So which institute it is. Institutes do count, brands do count. And which city it is. There is something called locational advantage. Bombay obviously has better locational advantage than Ahmedabad, and Ahmedabad has definitely better locational advantage than Navsari, right? And Navsari has definitely better locational advantage than a village in Waki. Okay, so look at all these things. And when it comes to pedagogy, look for skills that they are going to teach you. Not go for the placement that they are promising you. Trust me, most of the time, institutes, barring a few national level institutes, IITs and AIMS and institutes like that, they tell you, give you the wrong figure on placement. They simply lie to you. Their placement may be just what, 70%, they will claim it to be 100%. So in any case, just don't think of placement. If you have learned the skills, job will come to you. And again, I'll say not just job, the career will come to you. You will be in a career in M&E sector if you have learned your skills well and understood the theories well. Skills will enable to perform on day one, which the industry wants you now. When I was in the industry and I was hiring, I was not hiring gold, simply because somebody is the topper in the university. I was hiring those people who could give me their story on day one, on whom I don't have to spend time to train any further, because I was myself busy, my colleagues were busy. Who has time to train the freshers? So you have to learn the skills in such a manner that you are able to perform on day one with assignment number 1. Remember when I entered the industry 35 years ago, I did get a second chance. Luckily, I never needed that second chance, but there was a second chance in the industry at that point of time. The economy, the conditions prevailing in the country, economy gave you a second chance. Life gave you a second chance. We all know these days, organizations, economy, and life does not give you a second chance. It treats you very, very bad. And that's why you must have heard many graduates from the top-notch universities, top-notch institutes who make it to the industry get sacked in 6 months, or they lose their job in a year or two. Why? Because they couldn't perform on day one, or they couldn't perform on assignment number 1. So this is what this is how you can prepare yourself if you think that you are fit for M&E industry. And if you think M&E industry is big enough, there is an opportunity for you. There are so many opportunities. I did skip some of the slides which I said that I will talk about. I will not talk about, I'll simply show what are the opportunities here. Print, television, internet, radio, Mojo. Mojo is mobile journalism. Journalism is done on mobile these days, or films are made on mobile these days. So Mojo. These are the opportunities: cinema, television, production, entertainment, radio, graphics, animation. I think I've already said it: advertising management, corporate communication, public relations, event management. So you see entire gamut of opportunities and skill sets are there. If you want to work in the cool comfort of an office, you can take up an office-bound, desk-bound, bound job. If you like to travel in the field, you can take up a travel, bound job. You can be a field executive. You want creative, you have creative side. You want to be an executive, you have executive side of the business and the industry. All sorts of opportunities are there. You have to make up your mind, and you have to train for that. And again, I'm repeating myself, train in such a manner that you are able to perform on day one with task 1. You are the winner if you are able to deliver on day 1 with task 1. All the best. And with this, if you have any query, I'll be very happy to take those queries. Thank you very much.
Again, we leave the forum open for any questions or comments. But questions, I suppose.
I'm trying to expand my screen.
I suppose a lot of the questions which might have come up have also been in a sense answered by you, because you had an extremely painstakingly prepared presentation. I saw that, very detailed, and you covered all the aspects, I think, of the M&E sector. Very detailed guidance, and it was informative for all of us, I think. Even
some students are still around and they were listening to us.
yes, and these, I think we have a recording of the same, so I am sure that it can be distributed as well and people will take. Someone has come up, yes. Dr. Vishal Gupta, would you like to ask something?
Yes. Thank you, sir. You have elaborated the entire scope of journalism and mass communication. Sir, my question is more inclined towards the broader theme of the conclave. What do you think that, how do you think about the media's role towards, uplifting an image of a leader?
You're muted. Dr. Malik, you're muted. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Malik, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Yeah. So, your question, every leader needs to connect to their audience. Leader, I'm using the word audience, I'm not using the word followers here. And how do you connect? How do you reach out to your audience? You need some media. If you are in a small organization, maybe interpersonal communication or small group communication can serve the purpose. But if you are a multi-locational organization, if you're a big organization, whether you are a commercial organization or a political organization, leader needs media to reach out to their people. And trust me, when a leader is more communicative, when the leader is able to communicate his or her thought to his or her followers or the audience, the performance of this organization will go up. It's tried and tested. It is there are many empirical studies on this. Management Institute people, they keep doing such experiments and such researches. So whether it is the corporate world or
sir, I was asking about, not the reach out of the leader, but rather how it projects a leader.
How it projects. Again, I will borrow, Dr. Gupta, I'll borrow what Dr. Pitroda said in his, what is technology? Technology is just a tool. It is up to you how to use it, where to use it, when to use it, right? So media are there. They are the vehicles for us. These vehicles are available. The smart people, they use media, and the media sometimes becomes smarter and they use those people. I'm talking mostly in the political context. And in economic context also, sometimes these leaders, they use media in such a manner to create a narrative of their organization. See, when I'm saying a leader, I'm meaning all the business leader as well as the political leader. The media helps them create the narrative. And sometimes this is the dark side of the media, and we all know there is a dark side of the media. Sometimes the media is in cohort or hand in gloves with these so-called leaders. And they also play their, they play their games, so to say. So it cuts both ways. Leaders use media, media uses leader. Unfortunately, off late in India, and why just India, other places also, media is, the media players are no longer media players alone. They have multiple interests, multiple businesses. I would not like to name any particular organization, but if you look at any organization, they will find that they are bringing out newspaper, also television, also digital media, and also they have a salt company. They also run a denim company. They also have a mining company. They also run a bank. All these are realities. You can check the media houses, their website, and you can find all these things. So these media houses, because they have their own interest, they use the leaders. It's not just that the leaders are using media. Media also uses the leaders to push their own interests. I know my answer is not so precise as you think, but I think I have given you the big.
Thanks for addressing to my questions. Thank you.
Eagle's eye. I have given you the bird's eye view of all the aspects involved in media and its relationship with the leaders.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Or yes, Dr. Pushpa Bisht.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Malik, very, like Professor Aita said, very, very informative, and it was a very well-researched lecture, talk. Now, I come from, the print media background. I trained in Sam Castellino's Dateline School of Journalism and studied under the best journalists in India. But, we have always been told, and especially in the discipline in which I was associated with in academics, the media is the fourth pillar of a democracy, the fourth estate, a pillar of a democracy, and the fourth estate, the legislature, executive, and judiciary being the other three. Now, since you yourself have mentioned that the media, there's a media market matrix over here. Now, when business houses are corrupt, or when politics is corrupt, the media has to move in as a watchdog, as a critique. But when the media is corrupt, when the media is bought, when it responds to a designed narrative by the political dispensation, who corrects the media? How does media become a leader in a democracy? Media is supposed to be the watchdog of a democracy. How does it do that? And who will correct a media that has moved away from its moral and democratic responsibilities? Thank you.
No answer to this has emerged with consensus yet, but there is an answer to this. At least I have an answer to this. Okay.
Oh, thanks.
To
yes.
what extent it is possible to implement, I don't know, but there is an answer. A lot of attempt has it. So first of all, to begin with, a little longer answer with Dr. Reiter, with your permission, a little longer answer. First of all, you rightly said that media's job is to inform, to entertain, and to educate, and many other things. And it is supposed to be a watchdog. I agree with you fully. But before I answer to your question, I have a small point to make. You may disagree with me. Okay, small point to make. When you said there's so many parts of this system called society, the network, society is a network of relationships. When so many arrows in this network is corrupted, why is it? Is it possible for this one arrow called media to stay non-corrupted? First point. Second point, if so many arrows in this network is corrupted, why do we, and we accept those arrows, corrupt arrows, why is it that we say that media should be Puritan, media should not be corrupt? I'm not advocating corruption in media. I'm just making some points here. Okay. Just trying to give you the large picture. Okay. So I am corrupt. I am ready to give bribe, but media should not be corrupt and media should not accept bribe. This is the situation most of the time we people are in. Having said that, coming to your question and the solution. Media is supposed to be watchdog. So who will, who, if the salt loses its quality, where are we going to get that salt then? If media is not going to be watchdog, who will be the watchdog? Some other pillar of this society, you said, 4 pillars, in our constitution, the legislature, the judiciary and the executive. There is check and balance. If you make media as the 4th element here, there should be some check and balance here also. So media becomes part of the check and media becomes part of the balance.
Right.
All those checks and balances which are implemented on those 3 should be implemented here also. So this is one way of doing it. Now, point is, how do you execute it? Leaders since ages have told us, Mahatma Gandhi, okay, Dr. Pitroda had the liberty and luxury of talking about Gandhi. I didn't have but I'm also a follower of Gandhi. I wear khadi. You can see I'm wearing khadi right now. I don't know whether you can make it or not in this photograph. But point is, Gandhi, Nehru, and all those liberals and big, people whom we idolize even today, they said that I will rather have a corrupt media, inefficient media, or whatever media, than a media that is regulated. So they were all for free media, that is to say. I won't say unregulated, but free media. Okay, but then media has to function in society. It doesn't function in vacuum. So it has to follow certain social norms. So whenever media, there is an attempt by other 3 to put some check and balance on media, media cries hoarse, freedom of expression is being attacked. Boy, you are living in society. You have to follow certain norms, and these are societal norms which are not being dropped by a tyrant or a democratically elected leader. These norms are mutually negotiated and arrived at. You better follow it. And whenever the government tries to enforce, we cry hoarse. Having said that, we always say that, no, you cannot regulate us. There will be some self-regulation. Okay. 70 years you have been talking of self-regulation. Why haven't you come up with a self-regulation mechanism? And when I say you, I'm part of that you. I was, at least, and until recently, I was an active part of it. Even today, I'm part of it in some other manner. I'm still continue to practice media in some way or the other. So I'm part of it. Why have we not been able to come up with a self-regulatory mechanism? We have failed. In fact, these journalists, and I was one of them, I continue to be one of them. These journalists, they always talk about freedom of expression and high ethical values and all those things, and look down upon those commerce people, the advertisers. In fact, the advertisers have come up with a self-regulating mechanism, and that works fantastic. Advertising Standard Council of India. There are many advertisements which advertisers have been forced to pull back. Why? Because it didn't adhere to the social norms or accepted social behavior. Press Public Relations Society of India. They have come up with a self-regulating norm which prohibits these public relations professionals from acting unethically. Where is my press? When I say press, television, digital media, etc., are included in that. Where are they? 70 years, the government has been trying to tell them that please, please, please come up with a regulation. And every time the Editors Guild of India and the Press Council of India will say that we will come up with our own, don't impose anything on us. Double standard, nothing else. I hope I don't know whether I have answered your questions, but but I did give some points which will help you understand.
Yes, thank you. I do understand. And I do understand that journalism is not what it used to be. And of course, with the telecommunication, print media has also been sidetracked. So I do get your point. I do. Thank you.
Just to add, journalism is not what it used to be. So is engineering not what it used to be. Building. So is medicine is not what it used to be. So is teaching teaching is not what it used to be. We are one of those arrows in that big network. Media is one of those arrows, and all of these arrows are getting skewed. That's how I look at things, sadly.
Yes, but it is a type of degeneration that we cannot afford. So until something is done about it, and I think political will is very important over here. You cannot have
nothing done with this. Yes.
No, you cannot have a free and fearless media if people are afraid to write. If
you run media as a commercial house, then you have to adhere to all the commercial norms. If you treat media as a social service, then you can have some liberty, but still you will have to adhere to the social norms.
Yes, not so. I wouldn't say social service. It is a commitment to society, just as medicine is a commitment to health. It is not. Hospitals are not 5-star establishments to make money. Similarly, journalism is not there as a business. It is not. It is media that exposed what several presidents did during the Vietnam War, declassified the papers. It was the media. It's a very strong institution. It has to be arrested with a W. It has to be taken out and set free from the clutches of power, clutches of self-serving power, I would say. So thank you so much. You have answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Once the toothpaste comes out of the tube, it's very difficult to put it back in the tube.
Yes, it is. It can go on and on. Yes, true. Thank you. Thanks.
Would there be any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Malik. Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's a privilege. It is a privilege to be part of this discussion debate. I have a very old association with LD Arts College. I was recalling all those days. Thank you very much, ma'am, Principal ma'am, for involving me with LD Arts.
Now may I call upon Dr. Sarita Shukla to deliver the vote of thanks, please. Dr. Sarita Shukla.
हाँ मैम, गुड इवनिंग। कहते हैं कि कोरे कागज में अपार संभावनाएं होती हैं, फिर भी मूल्य कोरे कागज का नहीं होता है। उन कोरे कागज पर अपार संभावनाएं अंकित करने के लिए एलडी आर्ट्स कॉलेज ये जो आयोजन कर रही है लीडरशिप कंक्लेव का, ये वाकई में आज की संध्या अभूतपूर्व रही है, अप्रतिम रही है। अगर हम विद्यापति के शब्दों में कहें तो अपरूप रही है। पहले तो हमें लगा कि सैम पित्रोड़ा जी का वक्तव्य या उनका सुन करके अब कुछ सुनने को नहीं रहा, लेकिन बाद में दोनों वक्ताओं को सुनकर ये लगा सर, ये सच कह रही हूँ सर, कि नहीं कुछ चीजें थी जिनको जानना बहुत जरूरी था। दोनों सर ने बारी बारी से बड़ी बारीकी से लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो व्यू दिए हैं उनकी भी हमको बहुत ही ताती आवश्यकता थी, क्योंकि वो विचार प्रैक्टिकल और थियरिकल दोनों चीजें हमारे जीवन में होनी चाहिए। प्रैक्टिकल हमने सैम पित्रोड़ा जी को देखा और बहुत अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने सारी बारीकियों को, लीडरशिप के सारे आयाम को उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया। और सर आप दोनों ने बहुत ही बखूबी अपने वक्तव्य को लीडरशिप के जो आयाम है दर एक आयाम को प्रस्तुत किया। सर हमारा ये संकल्प रहा है इस आयोजन के पीछे कि ये जो जन हैं, साधारण जन हैं, उनमें से एक एक के अंदर मूर्छित प्रमुथु कहीं बंदी है, अवसर जिसे मिला नहीं, साहस जो कर नहीं पाया, कोई तो ऐसा दिन होगा जब आप जैसे व्याख्याताओं के ये स्वर जो हैं, उनमें जो दबा प्रमुथ्यु है वो जगाएंगे और हमारे भारत को फिर से गांधी जी जैसा और जितने नेतृत्व करने वाले थिंकर हैं उन फिर से हमें प्राप्त होंगे। आज की संध्या को देखकर हमको सचमुच लगा कि वाकई में जो व्याख्यान होने चाहिए, इस तरह से आयाम जो होने चाहिए लीडरशिप को लेकर के, वो आज बहुत ही काबिले तारीफ रहा है सर। आभार की प्रक्रिया में मैं सबसे पहले अहमदाबाद एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के जो डायरेक्टर हैं उन सर का, बीएम साहब का मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ, क्योंकि उनका हर क्षण हर पल समय समय पर हमें मार्गदर्शन मिलता रहा है और यही वजह है कि हम हर काम में उत्तरोत्तर सफलता प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। एडवाइजरी कार्लो सर का भी मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ और उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ, क्योंकि उनकी सलाह के बिना कोई भी काम संभव नहीं है। उसके बाद आज के जो तीनों वक्ता हमारे बीच रहे हैं, उनके व्याख्यान को लेकर के मैं एक ही शब्द में कहना चाहूंगी, तीनों ने अपनी अपनी फील्ड पर जो माइलस्टोन स्थापित किया है। सर मैं सैम पेट्रोला जी को तो कौन नहीं जानता, लेकिन मैं पीडीपीयू में, सर मेरा खुद का बेटा वहां पढ़ा था, वो उसने लेक्चर अटेंड किए होंगे। आज मैंने समझा कि वाकई में पीडीपीयू संस्था कितनी गर्व करने वाली संस्था है और वहां पर जो बैठे लोग हैं, जो उसको लीड कर रहे हैं, जो बच्चों को गाइड कर रहे हैं, वो कितने महान। सर ये महानता ही है, ये इस संस्था का, पीडीपीयू का गौरव है कि सर मेरा बेटा आज प्रशासनिक अधिकारी के रूप में गुजरात में कार्य कर रहे हैं। सर आपकी संस्था का, आपका मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ और शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। हमारे बीच जो तीसरे वक्ता रहे हैं दूसरे क्रम पर, डॉक्टर रवि मिगलानी सर हमारी ही अपनी सोसाइटी से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन उनको भी सुनने का जो हम एलडीआर्स परिवार को अवसर मिला, उसका भी सर मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ उन सर का, क्योंकि मेरी बेटी सर वहां की पढ़ी हुई है। तो मैं बहुत ही, ये संयोग भी हम कह सकते हैं सर आज के दिन का, कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म जिसका हम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, उसके कर्ता धर्ता, उसके सूत्रधार सैम पित्रोड़ा जी हैं, जिनको हमको सुनने का अवसर मिला और जिनके कारण ही हम मतलब इस पैंडेमिक में भी हम विद्यार्थियों के साथ कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं और हमको भी लग नहीं रहा है कि हम पढ़ा नहीं रहे हैं सर। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उनकी दूरदर्शिता ही रही होगी कि आज हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर, तो हमारे बीच आज के पहले वक्ता वो थे जिनके हम प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और आप जैसे वक्ताओं को इस कोरोना में भी हम सुन पा रहे हैं सर। तो उनका भी तहे दिल से शुक्रिया मैं अदा करती हूँ। अहमदाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी के डॉक्टर रवि मिगलानी सर का भी मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ, क्योंकि सर ये सहयोग है कि मेरी बेटी वहां की पढ़ी हुई है और ये गर्व और गौरव की बात है सर कि वो आज मिगलानी सर अगर सुन रहे हो तो उनका भी मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ सर, कि वो आज माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में काम करने जा रही है सर। तो दोनों संस्थाओं का गौरव, उसके प्रति मैं आभारी भी हूँ और उनके गौरव को मैं जानती भी हूँ कि कितनी महान संस्थाएं हैं, जिन संस्थाओं के वक्ता को आज हम सुन पा रहे हैं और उनकी लीडरशिप की सोच को, किस तरह से लीडरशिप डेवलप की जा सकती है, उसको हम अच्छी तरह से सुन पा रहे हैं सर। अगर हमारे विद्यार्थी में से कोई एक भी विद्यार्थी अगर आपके कुछ शब्दों को ग्रहण कर पाए, तो मैं समझूंगी सर कि वाकई में प्रमुख को जगाने में जो एलडीआर्स परिवार साहस कर रहा है और ये जो पूरी टीम है, टीम के जो सारे मेंबर हैं, उनका ये जो सराहनीय कार्य है, टीम के सारे मेंबरों का मैं एक बार से नाम लेना चाहूंगी। जैनी मैम राठौड़ जी तो है ही, जिनका सहयोग वाकई में अकथनीय है सर। हम जो भी काम करने के लिए कहते हैं वो तत्पर रहती हैं, अपनी व्यक्तिगत जो भी तकलीफें हैं उसको नजरअंदाज करती हुई हमारे सामने एक सैनिक की तरह एक नेतृत्व करती हैं और हम हर काम को अच्छी तरह से अंजाम देते हैं। तो ये जो पूरी टीम है सर, जैनी मैम है, शुभा मैम है, पांडा सर हैं, वर्मा सर हैं और रूपल मैम है, इन टीम का भी मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ सर, क्योंकि ये टीम अगर नहीं होती, इसका इतना अच्छा नेक विचार नहीं होता, तो शायद हम ये काम नहीं कर पाते और हम आप लोगों को सर नहीं सुन पाते। इस आयोजन में जो टेक्निकल जिनकी सहायता हमें मिल रही है, उन सभी का भी मैं तहे दिल से अभिवादन और खास करके उनको आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी कि उनका काम वाकई में बहुत ही अच्छा रहा। कभी भी हमें टेक्निकल कोई प्रॉब्लम इस पूरे प्रोग्राम में अभी तक नहीं आई, तो उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ। अंत में मैं जो हमारी ऑडियंस रही है, जो जिनके लिए हमने ये पूरा आयोजन किया है, उस ऑडियंस का भी, जो भी सुन रहे हैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर, उन सबका मैं तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ। और आज के हमारे तीनों वक्ताओं को मैं इन शब्दों में अपना आभार व्यक्त करूंगी। अंत में उनकी जो अभिव्यक्ति रही है, उनकी अभिव्यक्ति का जो कौशल रहा है, उनकी अभिव्यक्ति की जो विषय वस्तु रही है और जो प्रस्तुति करने का एक अंदाज उनका रहा है, उसको लेकर मैं दो शब्द में कहना चाहूंगी कि छिपाने को छिपा लेता विकल चित्कार मैं सारा, मगर अभिव्यक्ति की मानो सुलभ तृष्णा नहीं जाती। ये तृष्णा ही है हमारी सर अभिव्यक्ति की। हम अलग अलग फील्ड में नेतृत्व करते हैं और हमारे भारत की महान गरिमा, महान गौरव रहा है कि बहुत बड़े बड़े थिंकर जिसका पूरा विश्व अनुयायी है, गांधी जी हो चाहे जितने थिंकर हो, सर ये तृष्णा ही है कि हमें पूरे विश्व को वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की तरफ ले जाने का प्रयास कर रही है सर। इस प्रयास में हमारा ये सहयोग जो है सर, अगर थोड़ा सा भी सक्रिय रहा, थोड़े से भी हम सफल रहे, तो सर आप सभी वक्ताओं का, जिन्होंने हमें सूत्र दिए, जिन्होंने बीज दिए, उन सबका खूब खूब धन्यवाद सर। आप सभी को तहे दिल से फिर से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। धन्यवाद सर। जैनी मैम, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद फिर से मैं व्यक्त करती हूँ और सारी टीम का कि मुझे बोलने का अवसर दिया, और मैं धन्यता का भी आज अनुभव कर रही हूँ तीनों वक्ताओं को सुन करके।
थैंक यू प्रदीप मलिक सर, थैंक यू रवि मिगलानी सर। आई कैन सी यू हियर।
Yes. Can I say one word?
Definitely, sir.
सरिता जी, मैं इलाहाबाद से हूँ, जो प्रयागराज कहते हैं आजकल उसको। वहां से मैं पढ़ा बड़ा हुआ हूँ और पिछले 35 साल में मैंने इतनी अच्छी हिंदी में मेरे को किसी ने आभार नहीं व्यक्त किया है पिछले 35 साल में। तो मजा आ गया मेरे को। आप मेरे को बचपन के दिन में वापस ले गए जब मैं ऐसी अच्छी शुद्ध हिंदी सुनता था रोज। अब मैं तरस जाता हूँ शुद्ध हिंदी सुनने के लिए। तो थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद। आपकी महानता है सर। आप वहाँ के हैं तो आपकी बेहतर हिंदी बहुत ही ज्यादा होगी। हम तो बरसों से, बहुत समय से यहाँ रह रहे हैं, तो थोड़ी सी हिंदी कमजोर हुई है, लेकिन फिर भी हम भी वहीं के हैं सर, हम लखनऊ के हैं। तो हाँ सर, वहाँ की जमीन से जुड़े हैं और यहाँ का प्यार मिल रहा है, तो हम भी आगे पल बढ़ रहे हैं सर। आपका फिर से खूब खूब आभार सर, आप सभी का, वक्ताओं का सर। वाकई में आज की जो संध्या थी जैनी मैम और सर, बहुत ही बेहतरीन थी सर, बहुत ही ज्यादा। एक लीडरशिप के सारे आयाम को आज हमने पार किया और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं हमारे बच्चे कुछ सूत्र लेके जाएं आज के इस व्याख्यान माला में से। थैंक यू सर। जैनी मैम।
जैनी मैम क्या बोलेगी? जैनी मैम, I think they have said it all. And it's been a wonderful evening. I think Kalros sir had messaged me at the end of Sam Pitroda's talk, and he tells me that it was wonderful hearing him. I said, glad you enjoyed it, sir. It was a moment in history. And I mean, when the legend walked in, it was unbelievable. because I remember I had a terrifying moment that first day, the inaugural, when we suddenly realized that Sam Pitroda had not joined us. So I'm just sharing this here. And that's when I switched off my video. I called up Mr. Kiran Karnik and I told him, you got to save my soul. And this is what has happened. And he said, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be with you I'll be there. And he was in the middle of a meeting and we joined us within 5 minutes. And that's how he saved us from disaster. But then Sam Pitroda being Sam Pitroda bounced back. And that very evening, I got a message that, yes, I'll make up for what was lost. So that's it. We have created history.
We have, ma'am, any given day. Thank you to everyone. I think we'll call it a day. Thank you, the IT department of Ahmedabad University. I think we'll call it a day and see you again in the next chapter of the conclave tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Sharon.
Hello, Pushpa ma'am.
Hi. Hello. It's not. It's not this thing, na. Recording has stopped, right?
Hi, stop.
And I'm not visible, right?
Hi, Sharon ma'am. आपका तो आभार मानने क्यों रह गया?
हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. मुझे पूरा कवरेज मिला. मुझे क्या आभार देंगे?
नहीं, आपका तो बहुत
मजा आया. और उस पर से प्रोफेसर मिगलानी का जवाब और भी मजा आ गया.
बहुत ही मजा आया आज. आपका पूरा सुन रहे थे, हम लोग सुनने के लिए बैठे थे. मैं और पुष्पा मैम कह रही थी आज हम सुनेंगे शरण मैम को.
क्या मैं ज्यादातर मेरी आभार विधि मेरे हाथ में होती है, तो इस बार आपको मिला.
मैंने I've not even bathed. I hope I'm not visible. No, I'm not. No. Oh God.
मुझे आभार विधि में सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल होती है, पर जैनी मैम ने मुझे रखा था. चल ठीक है जो भी. और पुष्पा मैम आपका भी खूब खूब आभार. आप आज
आभार विधि को लास्ट तक रुकना भी पड़ता है.
I was so scared that if I ask a question, my face might pop up. I've not even bathed.
शुभा कहाँ गई? शुभा कहाँ गई?
शुभा नहीं
चली गई लगता है. हाँ,
खाना खाने या सोने, क्योंकि वो तो उसका तो सोने का टाइम हो गया.
वो खा चुकी है शेरोन मैम. उसने दिखाया नहीं, मैं आपको भेजूंगी. वो खा चुकी है पहले कैमरे के पीछे.
वो अपने टाइम को नहीं जाने देगी ना. वो
नहीं बिल्कुल. आप सोने का टाइम है उसका.
So how is it going? Everything going good?
बस अभी तो ये तो सारे दिन बहुत ही अच्छे रहे. मतलब ये प्रोग्राम.
I was there for whole of first day. Then I've been traveling. So today I was like, Sharon is going to be there. I haven't listened to you for ages. So I told Sarita I'm going to be there today. But it was really good, and you conducted it very well. Also, I don't know about other days, but the question answers and all, because first day.
सही मायने में आज लेक्चर भी अच्छी तरह से हुए और क्वेश्चन आंसर भी हुए. मतलब मजा आ गया. और सैम पित्रोड़ा को सुनकर के तो लगा कि बाप रे बाप हम क्या कर रहे हैं. इतनी एनर्जी, इस तरह से बोलना.
वो बोले मैं 80 साल का हूँ. मैं तो बोल गई थी कि इतना समय बीत गया कि वो 80 साल.
79 या 80 years. 80.
Yeah.
42.
हाँ, he's 80 years. 79 मैंने इंटरनेट पे देखा जल्दी से.
हाँ, 42 के ना. 42 के.
Actually, मैंने एक मैसेज भेजा वो अपने वो कुलदीप को ना. अभी बोलना भी odd लगता है. He's my son-in-law. I said, leave your jobs and go and sit at his feet and learn. Sharon, Akshara got married.
Yes, Sarita Ben told me na.
Yeah, she's married.
Congratulations.
Thanks. That guy is associate vice president in Deutsche Bank. So I wrote a message to him. I said, leave your job, sit at the gentleman's feet and learn. You know,
No.
that's the only way we can save the country. My God, I felt so blessed that people speak out. The people are speaking out. I feel we are doomed, you know. I really feel. So how everything is being forgotten and a new narrative is being created. It is, I don't know.
And now there'll be a generation which never knew the past, you know.
Exactly. You know, I have to write messages to people that, you know, after independence, the world-class education was established in India. We had, you know, people from IITs and IIMs and all, you know, going out in the space research and all that stuff. We have to tell them. They think it's something which has been created now. Abhi pata nahi hai.
I think they don't even think. They're just thoughts, ready-made thoughts put in their head, and they're okay with it. No, that's also lazy thinking.
No. Another thing is because of that whole religious card they are playing. No, if there is karma, it will come and give them good. I don't know whether it is also there. I don't even believe now that it's going to be there, you know. So ye pura generations, unless the children have been born into families that have allowed them to think, you know, they are thinking like this. This is what is going to take the country down. It's very, very sad. What can be done? What can be done, you know? We see how, did you notice one thing? When Mr. Sam Pitroda was speaking, there was not even one question from the management.
But they stayed back to listen to him.
Yes, because they are on the same side, Sharon. They are on the same side. They probably agreed with everything, but they don't want to put it on record right now. It's very difficult because
at least he was pretty outspoken, and he can afford to be also living there, I suppose. And he's supposed to be represented.
Yeah, have you heard that speech made by Mahua Moitra? Oh, no. Sharon, you have to go and listen to that speech. Mahua Moitra, she's Trinamool Congress, and it is her speech in the Lok Sabha. We need people like that. We need people like that. People who have done research, who have studied, who have data on their fingertips to throw at them. We need that courage, you know. You have to listen to, I've been telling everybody, listen to Mahua Moitra.
I remember some comment of hers was also deleted from the Lok Sabha, this thing, na, sometime back.
Yeah, must be on the Chief Justice of India. That what was his name? No, that Gogoi.
That time, yeah.
जबरदस्ती उन्होंने वो rule 350 कुछ invoke किया और कहा कि she cannot speak in parliament about a person who is in a higher state of higher office. He was already a retired Chief Justice, and it means that she is laying allegations on the president who appointed him. My God, we are so clever. Okay, we are talking about the president. Damn the president. I speak about it also.
Not even clever. It's just muscle power and everything.
It's muscle power. They all shout her down and stuff like that. But you listen to that speech. I've told everybody to listen to it. It's really powerful. So, chalo,
let's call it today. I think the IT section guys are actually waiting probably for us, if I'm not mistaken.
And on the inaugural day, I forgot to switch it off. Every time I'm rushing in and rushing out. So my phone was on only. I don't have my laptop. I've left it in Dehradun. It was too cumbersome to carry it with me. Cabin baggage में भारी होता है. फिर उसको छोड़ के मैं अभी ये phone के साथ फंस गई हूँ. And I forgot to switch it off. And then I was in another room and I could hear the phone saying something. Oh God, so bad. Chalo, Sharon, give my regards to Auntie and have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
You
bye-bye.
Everyone. Good night. Yeah.
Bye. Good night. I think Sarita's left. I don't know. I didn't see her.
She's there. No, she's there. Yeah.
Sarita ji, bye. Good night. नहीं है. अच्छा. Mute कर दिया अपने को.